botany, and also actually he has done his research, and also he has got PhD from the Jawaharlal University, New Delhi, and actually he has done, in his degree, very, impacts on the natural and human disturbances, on the tree regeneration and soil productivity, and how it affects on the forests in the, especially the very thick forest in Kerala. Really, this, very good study is done, and Dr. Chandrasekhar joined the Kerala Forest Research Institute in 1992 as a scientist and in the agroforestry division, and subsequently in 2001 he became the head of the Kerala Forest Research Institute in Nilambur, and his areas are specialization of forest ecology and agroforestry, and he has worked on biodiversity assessment, disturbance ecology in forest, indigenous ecology knowledge and traditional knowledge like that, and he has published more than 80 research papers in the national and international journals, and he has written the 5 books, and he has guided the PhD students also, and also he helped a Masters of Science students for their dissertation. And Chandrasekhar has served as an expert member for the Food and Agriculture Organization. FAO is a very important organization in strengthening capacity of Forest Research Institute, Myanmar. In the Forest Research Institute, Myanmar, he trained scientists on the subject of biodiversity, conservation, forest dynamics, climate change and carbon accounting, and forestry practices. He has taught and also he has trained. Chandrasekhar is also instrumental in establishing bioresource nature park in the KFRI sub-center campus. This park is a unique theme in India and large collection of plants and particularly rare and endangered species, and the state level urban garden at Nilambur, and he has done, and under the guidance of Dr. Chandrasekhar has recognized most successful project funded by the National Medical Plants Board, Government of India. After his superannuation, Dr. Chandrasekhar serving as a Deputy Director of the Regional Facilitation Center, National Medical Plants Board at Pichi. Still, he is involved with the forest and as well as the forest ecology, and also he is encouraging youngsters to conserve the ecology and other things. I am very happy to introduce Dr. Chandrasekhar to the August gathering, and he have a very good profile, since he is a PhD, and very nice, and I invite to take over this session on behalf of you. Sir, please, you take over, sir. Thank you very much.
Respected Chairman Sir, dear participants of this program and organizers of this program, Dr. Ramesh Sir and his team, welcome to this program and also good morning. I have been assigned to discuss with you about green space development for sustainable ecotourism. Since yesterday, we are discussing about what is ecotourism and what are the dimensions of ecotourism, both positive and negative aspects of ecotourism. In briefly, I can give the definition of ecotourism as a form of tourism which supports, please note, biodiversity conservation, socio-cultural development and economic enhancement of a destination. So these three are very important aspects or dimensions of an ecotourism. It is slightly different from general tourism or any other kind of tourism. So these three are very important and essential to make a tourism successful as an ecosystem, as an ecotourism. Now, this is theory. I have given theoretical definition of ecotourism. But what is happening in the ground level? Yesterday you heard about Dr. Ramchandra's talk, and also you know, and even other speakers also told, the reality lies far away from the theory. This is what happening in India particularly, and of course in many other countries it may be better, but in India actually our theory and practical are not going hand in hand. So this is what happening. I will give you some examples here. So one important aspect or purpose of an ecotourism is minimizing harm to natural environment. Is it happening? See, there are many good studies. Including yesterday, Ramchandra sir told, environment damage is happening. So there are many studies to indicate that one. Then soil erosion is happening. Best example is our Wayanad. Wildlife disturbance is happening. That is why we are facing wild animal and human conflict. Habitat destruction is highly in danger condition nowadays in almost all ecotourism or tourism spots in our Western Ghat, particularly in Western Ghat region. Then pollution. So urban people are carrying all waste materials directly or indirectly and putting in our rivers and our ecotourism destinations. This is happening, and here are the examples or what you call research papers to indicate that one. Then second one is sustaining and supporting traditional culture and cultural values. So when we say ecotourism, it should not disturb our cultural aspects. The local culture or local practices should be what you call, we have to give due respect to them and we have to protect them. But what is happening? Dilution. So it is because of our intervention, our cultural activities or cultural thinking in our ecotourism destination is diluting. Then adulteration is happening, and cultural erosion is also happening. So I am not telling now by just by imagination. There are already many studies. Of course, you people are from tourism background. Most of them are. So please you study all these things, because there are not much research papers or not much PhD thesis to show all these things from our own experience, and also to tell our administrators or what you call ecotourism operators how we are actually in the name of ecotourism we are spoiling our nature and we are spoiling our culture. Okay, that has to be stopped. Only it is possible by your studies and advocating for a pure green ecotourism. And then other one is local economic development. Is it happening? No, there are many cases to indicate that economic development is not happening, particularly because of downturns when tourist numbers are dropped. And then economic inequity is very common. That means rich people are becoming rich in the name of ecotourism or tourism. Poor people are still poor because many poor people have to sell their land for the development in the name of ecotourism to rich people. So rich people buy it and spoil it. So where is the equity? So inequity is happening. So in our village area, in ecotourism areas, we can find poor people are still poor or even becoming more and more poor. So this is what happened. Then another two important things which I am going to talk, because these are the other aspects. They are accessible and affordable to diverse population. That is the important criteria for any ecotourism. It should be accessible and affordable. Is it happening? Major chunk of population, mainly people with lower income or those in developing countries, is deprived. So only rich people can go to ecotourism spots or tourism areas, enjoy it and spoil it. But what about other people, low income group? So we cannot go. It is not the fault of tourism sector. It is sometimes it's our own fault because we are poor. We cannot go there, enjoy it, or understand our nature or even the diversity. We cannot study it. Then exclusion issue limits its impact among only on small population. That means you know how many people are there, rich people in India, and how many poor people or middle class people are there. So population of rich people are more, and they are getting all this one, and others are excluded. So this is what happening in the name of tourism. So in this context, we feel that we should have proximity ecotourism. Okay. So now we will discuss about this one in greater detail. How it can be, it will be helpful, and how we can develop it, and what are its benefits, and how it is directly or indirectly support our ecotourism concept and the value. So one is urban ecotourism. Okay. So a new form of ecotourism represents proximate tourism, and on emphasis on some aspects like environmental sustainability, conservation, enjoyment of nature, ecological education, and sustainable development within the city. So this is a kind of proximate ecotourism program. Why this is required? As all of you know, we have about 97.66% under non-urban condition, geographical area I am talking, and geographical area of urban situation is 2.34%. But you take population, more than 31% of Indian population are residing in urban and peri-urban areas. And it is going to be increased from 377 millions to 590 millions in another 4 or 5 years time. So in this context, what is required is we have to provide ecotourism services which is accessible, affordable, greener, less what you call green, pollution, gas emission, pollution should not be there. So ecotourism experience should be for diverse population and for more number of people. So that is what is required. Area of Karnataka or Wayanad or some other place, they are getting more information on biodiversity. That is not enough. It should be that kind of information awareness should be available to maximum number of people, particularly those who are residing in urban areas who cannot go and see our wild population or wild plants and animals or biodiversity. So in this context, we have to go for promote ecotourism or proximate ecotourism in urban and peri-urban areas. And are there any examples? Yes, certainly even in urban area, we have opportunities for promoting ecotourism. Say, there are a lot of green spaces. Okay. For example, river bank and lake greens. Hooghly river bank in Calcutta, you take big city, or even Kukarali lake in Mysore, or any other lake even in Bangalore or other area. They also contribute as green spaces and directly and indirectly for ecotourism. Only thing is we have to work on that one. Next, there are many wetlands. For example, Ernakulam and even coastal areas of Kerala, where the water level, sea level is more than the land level. That means we can call that area will be submerged. And they are very good wetlands where cultivation of paddy and other crops are more. So that kind of situation we have, wetlands. Then we have agriculture lands, farm ecotourism, possibilities are there. We have agroforestry system, very important system where you can teach the entire biodiversity and not only conservation and even nutrient cycling, everything you can teach, you can understand, you can appreciate the richness of plant and animal diversity in our area. So agroforestry systems. And we have different types of parks, small parks, maybe pocket park. This photo is from Bhopal, the first one, the pocket park. And large parks. This is from Nilambur, KFRI subcenter, sir told already, which we have established in Nilambur. So this kind of park. And of course, Dr. Ramakrishna is there from Pilikula Botanical Garden. So beautiful botanical garden, which is also contributing for ecotourism in our state. Then we have even zoological gardens. This is from Mysore. Zoological garden, that is Mysore. So there also you can see both plants and animals. Okay, so like that we have different types of green spaces even in urban area. We call them as urban green spaces or peri-urban green spaces. And whether they have all the requirement of an ecotourism, that we have to think. So I already told biodiversity conservation is one important requirement. Socio-cultural conservation is another important. Economic development is another important for any ecotourism. So let us see whether this kind of well-established botanical gardens or any green spaces, properly managed green spaces, they have all these requirements. They can provide all these services to even to develop a good ecotourism areas. So what are the socio-economic, cultural and environmental benefits of a green space as proximate ecotourism destination? So I already mentioned you about our Nilambur garden. There we conducted a small study. Of course, many tourism students are coming to this garden to understand various aspects. Mainly tourism students from Kerala. They are almost every year more than 100 to 150 students are coming to our garden to understand the landscape, to understand tourism value of a garden and a teak museum, like that. So I invite all of you to visit this area, and you can take small studies also there. A small study we have conducted here, that is science, educational and recreational benefits of a bioresource nature park. So what are the outcome of this one? What are the knowledge, because knowledge gaining is very important for any ecotourism. When I go as a tourist in an ecotourism spot, I don't want to just sit there and so on. I want to gain knowledge about biodiversity and conservation of biodiversity, their usefulness, and what kind of study I can take for using them, managing them, and conserving them. So these are my requirements. So now when visitors are coming, what are the knowledge they gain, or what are the benefits they gain by visiting a tourism spot? First is very important thing is observe diverse types of plants. That is what the requirement of any ecotourism area. So we have to give complete knowledge to people about the about the destination. That means the richness in terms of biodiversity, in culture, and other aspects. So that is possible because almost 80 to 90% of people are telling that they gain knowledge by visiting this area. The second one is botanical knowledge. It is not just, they may see many plants, but brief botanical knowledge is also important for them. Its name, its uses, like that. That is also possible when you have a good ecotourism destination or proximate ecotourism destination. Then gaining knowledge about gardening, because once you know plants, you want to grow them also sometimes, even as a terrace garden or even other one also, you want to have them. But for that you need botanical, means gardening knowledge. So that also you can obtain from an area. Then various uses, then environment, how to protect environment. That is what we have to teach our people. So mainly in the tourism areas, I have seen many tourism areas in Karnataka, like in Chikmagalur district or Hassan district or many other places, Coorg, like that. What is important is everywhere you can see waste, plastic waste and other waste are dumped by our people. They are going. And as a tourist, manager, sometimes they may not be able to tell the tourists, don't throw it like that, because next time they will not come. Or they say these people are rude. Because of our behavior. So this is what happening. This can be avoided when you teach them properly about environmental aspects. Then enjoyed beautiful garden views, friendship improved, then felt close to nature, because they could be able to see many plants, very interesting plants in the garden, and so then the value they can understand, so they will be very close to the nature. Then felt relaxed. That's ultimate, the important aspect of any tourism. So like that, a good ecotourism spot can provide various benefits to tourists. So only thing is, it should be developed as an ecotourist spot, and it should be accessible to people. That is what I am telling. So accessibility is very important, and affordability, because you cannot travel a long distance for an ecotourism area because of our financial constraint. So we should have proximate ecotourism destinations which are properly managed, which can provide all kinds of benefit to people. Then, are there any health benefit by visiting such gardens and such parks to the people? That is another important, because that is actually the economic, directly and indirectly economic benefit to people, and also the ultimate aspect of any tourism, because relaxation and health improvement by visiting a place is very important requirement for any tourist. So there are many studies to tell that green spaces in urban areas can help to maintain or to improve our health. So mental health, physical health, and even for autism people, so it may be beneficial by if they visit the gardens and parks. Then even for BP and sugar problems are there. So you can see in urban areas this is a very common ailments nowadays. And for the people, they cannot go to other destination, ecotourism destinations in Coorg and other areas. So within their area itself, they can have access to this such green spaces or proximate ecotourism destinations and get such benefits. And another important thing is, if you have what you call in a park or garden medicinal plants, there are dual benefits. One is you will know about their uses, and at the same time you have to manage it. You can see in the center of that one, a tree is pruned. The center, this one. This is what you call tea tree. You might have seen Jandu balm or pain balm. Okay? And there one plant name is there. It is called tea tree. It is not what we drink. It is a tea tree. It is called Melaleuca leucodendra. Its botanical name is Melaleuca leucodendra or kaja put. So this is what you call a kind of horticulture management. What we call it as making topiary. Okay, so ecotourism students should know such as one. Topiary, making or shaping trees or plants into different shapes. And here we have made this one. To make this one, almost every 2 months once we have to prune the leaves of that plant. And what you will do is that pruned material, you can use it for distillation, distilling the oil, and that oil is you can use it directly sometimes for pain, what you call when you have some pain, body pain or something like that. You can apply it and so on. So this is the way it has a dual effect. Then there is another plant I have given here, Bacopa moneri. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಿ ಅಂತ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ನೀರು ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಿ ಅಂತ. Very important vegetable also, brahmi, neer brahmi. And again, it can be grown in pots or pond. Even in your home, you can grow it. It is a very good health tonic, or we can say brain tonic. Okay, so our ancestors used this one to make chutney and other things. And because it's having that medicinal property, you can use it either directly, and of course there are many other Ayurveda products, but you can even directly prepare some chutney and eat it, so you will get some benefit. So this also has to be pruned regularly, otherwise the whole pot will be covered with this one, and then they will die off there itself. So you have to remove some plant, and that removed plant you can use it to make that day chutney. So this is the benefit. We have a very good garden or even within our premises, and it will become an ecotourism area, and at the same time you will have some other benefits. Then I told you another important aspect of any ecotourism is cultural. There are many things, because we lack of time and also lack of knowledge with us about this aspect. Cultural benefits of ecotourism. How many studies have been done in India about this one? We are talking about tourism and ecotourism, but whether we have properly studied the cultural aspects, how they can sustain our cultural dimensions, or how they can sustain our culture, how they can promote our culture, because our traditional, or what we call healers, or even traditional practitioners, and even our ancestors, they have certain culture of managing plants and animals in association with our own life. That is our culture. So we are not actually human-centric. We Indians are biocentric. That means we are interested in having other animals also. Sarvo Jano Sukhino Bhavantu and Matra Hedila now, we also talk about, we say all organisms should be in good health and wealth. That is what we say. They are also required. That biodiversity conservation is very important, we say. In that context, we are biocentric, not human-centric. So, for that one, there are many methods by which our ancestors have developed culture to conserve both nature and managing our health and wealth. One simple example is, you see, Rashi Vana, Nakshatra Vana. This is a cultural, what you call, heritage of our Indian people. What it indicates, Nakshatra Vana, all of you know Nakshatra, star, birth star. Is it correct? Each of us have a birth star. The same way Rashi, zodiac sign, Mesha, Vrishaba, Mithuna, Karkataka, like that it will come. Ashwini, Bharani, Kritike, like that we come, nakshatra are coming. And for each one, for each 27 nakshatra, our ancestors have assigned one tree. Okay? And these trees are very important. Some are even endemic species and some are rare endangered threatened species. And more than that, they are medicinally important tree species. So when a child born in the olden days, a tree was planted. And the tree of that particular Rashi or Nakshatra. So that means in a village, suppose after 5 years, there are 25 to 30 children, you will have almost 10 to 15 different tree species. Because some children may have same Rashi, same Nakshatra. Anyway, so like that you will have different species. So totally 27 species of plants, you can grow them, you can manage them, and you can use them also when it is required, because they are all medicinally important species. So this is the concept, and this concept is lacking in our tourism and ecotourism destinations. So this kind of thinking is required. Of course, there are many other cultural aspects of it, because having several benefits to our future generation and even for us. That culture has to be, that is the richness of our country, and we have to tell this is our culture. So this way, directly and indirectly, we are protecting our biodiversity, we are protecting our people. So that is why I am telling, so please study cultural dimensions of ecotourism. Okay, that is very important aspect. Maybe 5 to 6 PhD theses can come from different parts of Western Ghat region on this aspect itself. Anyway, so like that, such gardens have large number of multi-purpose plants, represent traditional wisdom of plant conservation, and serve as place for knowledge flow. Because once you go to such areas, you will get what is the use of that plant, like that. So what is the relation with human being, that is possible. So like this is a nakshatra. So there are A to L is Rashi Vana. So we have established this kind of garden in Nilambur campus, A to L and the species. Then 1 to 27 nakshatra plants we have established here. So just to provide the people about the importance of this one. And during this time, even when they come, we will also explain what is nakshatra and what is Rashi also. So like that, what do you call this astronomy. So Pterocarpus santalensis. This is a very, very important medicinal plant as well as timber plant. ಇದು ರಕ್ತ ಚಂದನ ಅಂತ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಹೆಸರು. ಓಕೆ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಎಂಡೆಮಿಕ್ ಟು ಅವರ್ ಸೌತ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ಮೇನ್ಲಿ Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. It is growing naturally and now planted in other areas, having very high value in international trade. and again endemic to our country. So that means you will not find this tree in natural condition in any other countries. Like that we have different species which can be planted here, and then we can tell people about the uses of this one. This is the purpose of any tourism or ecotourism. And green spaces for conservation. I told you biodiversity conservation is very important point in any ecotourism. Is it correct? The first and foremost thing is you should conserve our biodiversity. You should protect our biodiversity. Then only we can call it as ecotourism. Whether our proximate green spaces can contribute in biodiversity conservation. Like for example, in our garden, we have more than 500 species of medicinal plants. Here, many are endemic to our Western Ghat region, or we can say they are rare endangered threatened species, many of them. So when a tourist go there, they need not go to natural forest. It is very difficult to see them in natural forest because only few plants are there. You cannot go there also. But when you come to this area, you can see. Of course, same is the case with the Pilikula Botanical Garden. He will tell you about that one. So, like that we have, this is a kind of conservation called ex situ conservation. This is not in situ, not in the natural forest. Ex situ conservation mainly to train people or educate people about biodiversity richness of our country. So, this is one important aspect, biodiversity conservation or plant conservation. And we can self-educate people because boards are there, and even QR code is there for each plant. You can get all the information. So like this, these are all rare endangered threatened species seen only in our country or sometimes even in our Western Ghat region. Okay, one example is Sarpagandha. You know, all of you may be aware of Sarpagandha, and mainly for a medicinal plant for BP and other things, the treatment it is used. Like that we have many plants here. Yeah. Then the next aspect is educational and knowledge experience is very important in any tourism, particularly ecotourism area. That is why we are having all kind of tourism destinations. We have to educate. It's not just to Bangalore people, when they go there, they should not come back as Bangalore people. They should get some information, knowledge from village areas or forest areas. That is the purpose of any tourism. So knowledge flow is very important. Knowledge experience is very important. So what kind of knowledge you can get? You can see how a plant can be managed as a hedge plant, or there are many climbing plants, how they can be managed, so to beautify that area. And some plants may have to be planted in cluster, how it can be done. Now that kind of knowledge can be provided in a tourism destination or ecotourism destination. You can see here there are many plants. Some are, as I told you, endemic or RAT species, which can be properly managed and beautify that garden, because ultimately tourists need what you call kind of enjoyment, recreation. So that is only possible when you beautify that garden or park. And many species are available even in our Western Ghat region. We don't need to go for any outside country plants for beautifying our garden or beautifying our places. We have many plants like this. So you can prune them as hedge plant. You can manage the garden. There are many climbing plants. You can make trellis and grow them. All are native species, and beautify and provide recreation to people. See, this is one very important medicinal plant used in Vishavaidya, mainly for snake bite, for treatment. This is Aristolochia. So this kind of plants are there, and they can be used. And some plants have to be planted in clusters, then only the area can be beautified. So that is also possible. Then educational and entertainment functions of a garden should always be closely knitted together for enhancing visitor satisfaction. Then only it is possible. So, in a proximate tourism area or green space, you can mix these two, both education and recreation. Then you can reach more than 90% of the people of India in providing information. Okay, particularly or in providing ecotourism experience to them. So that is possible. So other benefits, what are other benefits of green spaces for sustained ecotourism? See, directly or indirectly help to avoid ecosystem degradation, loss of biodiversity, carbon emission. I already told, when you go to a faraway place for ecotourism experience, you sometimes you may be responsible for biodiversity loss. You may be responsible for emission, carbon emission. You may be responsible for land degradation. That can be avoided by having proximate ecotourism destinations like beautiful botanical gardens or parks. Then promote low impact recreation activities, low cultural festivals, traditional art and performance. You can conduct all these, our cultural activities, all you can conduct here, and so thereby people will know what is our culture, what are our festivals, and what are our traditional arts and performances like that. Then accessible and affordable ecotourism experience to a large number of diverse types of people. As I already told, only 10 to 20% of people are rich. They can afford to go to faraway ecotourism destinations, but others are deprived of that one. So our target should be 90% people, not just 10% people. So that is why I am telling proximate ecotourism promotion is very important. So in conclusion, I can say ecotourism aims to mitigate the negative impacts of traditional tourism. So it is different. Ecotourism is different from traditional tourism because here ecological aspects are important. As I told you, biodiversity conservation, cultural conservation and economic development of the region. That is the purpose of any ecotourism. But ecotourism also faces several challenges I already mentioned and drawbacks that can hinder its effectiveness in environmental conservation, cultural preservation, community participation and economic benefits. So this is what happening. In the name of ecotourism, we are degrading our lands, we are responsible for cultural dilution, we are responsible for biodiversity loss, and also we are responsible for increasing carbon emission. This is what happened. In this context, I say, or my opinion is, we have to go for proper development of green spaces in urban and peri-urban areas because it is accessible to large number of people, it is affordable also, and it is more greener because less emission is there, and you can also provide ecotourism or tourism experience to a large number of people. So in this context, I wish to quote Rabindranath Tagore's Nobel laureate and our beloved poet Rabindranath Tagore in his Ekti Shishir Bindu, a poem. I travelled miles for many years, spent riches in lands afar. I have gone to see mountains, the oceans I have been to view. But I have not seen with these eyes what 2 steps from my home lies. On a sheaf of paddy grain, a glistening drop of dew. So this clearly indicates that even around us, we have ecotourism destinations. We have the ability to develop them as ecotourism destinations. We have the ability to biodiversity conservation. We have the ability to revisit that one by different sections of people. So that is why we have to go for green space development. Yes, I agree. They are not as as rich as in terms of biodiversity of a wildlife areas, but still they can also provide that kind of experience to almost all people. So those who can afford, let them go. But for others like us, let us have green spaces, well-developed green spaces, or we can say urban green spaces as ecotourism destinations. So suggestions will be develop green spaces and manage them well to support environmental conservation, celebrate cultural diversity, eco-education, and create economic opportunities for marginalized communities. And one thing you know, in a urban area or even urban area, where we will have galaxy of people. Okay, like some are environmentalists. Okay, some are biologists, some are urban developers or landscapers, some are tourist operators or those who studied tourism very well. So all of us are there in an urban area. Why can't we develop a good green spaces? Not one, many green spaces in urban area. Thereby we can provide ecotourism experiences to a large number of urban people. Thereby we can avoid many disadvantages of ecotourism in our faraway places. So with this, I thank the organizer and chairman for giving me the opportunity, and all of you for giving me this opportunity to convey my feelings and also my opinions. Thank you very much. If you have any question, please ask me. Yeah. Can you give him the mic? Yes, yeah, 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 yeah.
Whether it should be only on money or on environment development. The reason I'm asking this question is, most of the time, money comes at the cost of greenery in environment. So how do we take care of that?
So I told you already, ecotourism means there are three aspects. One is, the first and foremost is biodiversity conservation. Okay, we cannot compromise with that point. Biodiversity, not only biodiversity, ecological conservation, I can say. That's what I'm telling. No, that is my topic of also. Pardon? Then the next one is our culture. That is again the definition of an ecotourism. And third is the money. Finally, that is to local people, because money is also required. We cannot say that you should also provide some kind of benefit to local people and tour operators, whoever like that. But first and foremost will be our environmental conservation and biodiversity conservation. So I think I answered. Yeah. Yes, yes. 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 Yeah.
And that stretch of 40 kilometers, there are more than 340 homestays and resorts.
Yes, yes, yes.
And most of the resorts are trying the process of chopping the trees and making it a place very clean and
Yeah.
just removing the environment.
Yes, yeah.
And nobody is taking any care of this. When you ask them anything with respect to this, without the consulting the requirement of the resorts and all,
Yeah.
there is no money.
Yeah.
Until unless I don't chop trees and make space for people to come, there is no money. So how do we overcome all this?
Yeah, that is a major problem in India. Okay, so that is what I am telling you. So in many cases this is happening. Only few tourist operators are ecotourism. There is no ecotourism in India. There so far. tourist operators, some are sensible and they are managing it very well. But most of them are doing this. Unfortunately, I didn't bring many photos. Waste dumping and other problems we are seeing. So construction is on damage to our natural forest and thing. There are many things. This is what happening because our people are not educated on environment. That is important. So then only we can tell about all this ecotourism, tourism, everything like that. And that is why my small suggestion is let us develop some tourism areas within our urban area itself. Okay, urban greens, let us develop urban green spaces where we can provide all this. Though not it will be naturally a forest area, but still at least we can give some kind of experience to them. Then I think we can save our natural forests. Okay.
Any other questions? So if no questions, I request Dr. Srikanteshwara Swami sir to conclude the session.
Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello. Just I will take only few minutes. Actually, Dr. Chandrasekhar, he took nearly 45 minutes and he spoke on ecotourism and how it works in India as well as locally. So, really, he has given overall picture and the simple information to us on the ecotourism. Actually, some of the points just I noted down, that is the thing. And actually, he has also mentioned the ecotourism, it has to support for the sustainable development in the region. That is very important. That is one thing. And also, this ecotourism depends on the economy of the individual person of the region. Suppose if ecotourism is not fetching any finances, actually nobody is interested to do the ecotourism. That is one thing. And we have a very loose tightened law and order in the protection of the government as well as the forest and also ecotourism. That is the major one. And also he was mentioning a lot of research you can do using the Western Ghat things. So our Western Ghat runs from Gujarat to Kerala, and you have a very good opportunity to do the lot of activity on the cultural erosion and also the different species. So still, few people, they have not touched the interior of the Western Ghat. So in the Western Ghat, so it has been studied by the, yesterday, your, Dr. Ramachandra was here. So he was also traveled with Professor Madhav Gadgil. He was in the Indian Institute of Science, and Madhav Gadgil, he has collected lot of data on the human population of the Western Ghat as well as the diversity of the Western Ghat. And also in the same time, the Professor Raghavendra Gadadkar, he is also from the Institute, Indian Institute of Science. He has collected lot of details about the species available in the Western Ghat. That is, and one of the participant, he has asked a very important question, whether our ecotourism is the economic development or not. So where is the really inquisitive is lies are in the ecotourism. That is one. And really it has to be affordable to the people, those who are visiting the ecotourism. For example, temple visits and mutts, and also they are visiting But specifically for the tourism, only little higher economy persons, they will visit, they will enjoy, and they will come back. And one more thing he has mentioned, the proximity of the tourism, that is tourism destination, that is very important. At least especially in Karnataka, I am talking about Karnataka. Actually, we have a very good districts. For example, Belgaum and North Canara, and also our Western Ghat, Chikmagalur, and other Mysore, and we can identify very nice places, and also we can do the very good mapping, and also the awareness of the people to visit the inside the district. Because most of the time from Bangalore, for example, if you take Bangalore, in and around in Bangalore, really 2-3 days easily you can travel, and you can collect lot of information with the tourism destinies. So like that, in each district we have a very good places that it has to be recorded, and the government also it has to taken care. That is one. And also actually Dr. Ramakrishna is here. He will take the next class lecture. Pilikula is one of the best ecotourism place. There they have created the ecology, and also the tourism, as well as the museum, as well as the science and technology aspects for the up to 10+2 students, and others also very nicely they have developed. Boating is there, and other lakes are there. So really sometime when you are visiting Bangalore, please visit. You can spend one day in that, and that is the thing. And here really cultural aspects is more important, and that is the thing. And education and knowledge it will provide. And one more thing just I want to mention about the Pilikula. So Indo-Norwegian project of KSCST, so Norwegian government, it has given lot of funds to replicate the Western Ghat in the Pilikula. So the Western Ghat Herbatum, sir, am correct? Arboretum. Western Ghat Arboretum has created in the Pilikula campus. Please visit, and also it's very important. And so they are mentioning the homestays. The correct policy is there, homestays, but implementation is very difficult for the government as well as the local government. So that's why just I was taught the law and order, that is very important for all aspects. And one more point he has mentioned, education and knowledge, that is very good, important. And like lot of YouTubers, so they are collecting lot of information about the locations, and also they are mentioning. So like that we can also we can do the aspects for the very good ecotourism locations for the benefit of the participants. And also I am very happy, and once again I congratulate Dr. Chandrasekhar for the nice lecture, and also I congratulate you all for patience hearing. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. Before conclude this session, I would request Dr. Ramakrishna Murthy, sir, to hand over a token of moment to Dr. U.M. Chandrasekhar, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for delivering a session and accepting our invitation. Thank you. Also, I request Dr. Srikanteshwara Swami, sir, to receive a token of memento from Dr. Ramakrishna Murthy, sir. Bharat, sir. Big round of applause to Dr. Chandrasekhar sir and Sri Kanteshwara Swami sir. Also, I would like to thank Ramakrishna sir. Now, before giving a tea break, we have with us Dr. Sanjeev Bijapur, founder and CEO of Experia, and Prabha Mudda, business development executive. A short teaser on Experio, a travel platform that connects travelers with local hosts for authentic and cultural immersion, which is connected to responsible and sustainable tourism. We will have a look on that short teaser.
Welcome to Experio. Make every journey an experience to remember. Experiences connect us to new cultures, teach us about the world, and transform our lives. With Experio, enjoy the joy of discovering hidden gems and unique stories. Learn new skills. Immerse yourself in local traditions and find a deeper connection. Experio makes it easy to find, book, and enjoy immersive travel experiences. Our platform bridges the gap between travelers and local hosts, creating meaningful connections and sustainable tourism. Join Experio today and transform your travel experiences. Discover the world like never before. Experio, your gateway to unforgettable experiences.
Yeah, good morning. This is Sanjeev here. As you saw that we are a tech travel startup, basically focusing on experience tourism. Okay. Typically, as most of you know, got over the last 2 days, tourism has always been sightseeing, has been focused on stays or focused on some activities. But I think the changing environment and the changing geopolitical and all the nature of customer behaviors, things have changed. Now, for example, today we all live in an experience economy. So you have to know that we are already in an experience economy. We have seen, you all heard in our pages that we have started from agrarian economy, we moved on to industrial economy, we moved on to service economy, we are already into an experience economy. What is experience economy is all about? In experience economy, we pay attention for the things which are very important. For example, here the value of time is how well it is spent. To give an example of today economy, today we need to communicate. Okay? We need a small phone. We can work, we can communicate, but we still go and buy 50,000 Samsung phone, 1 lakh iPhone. Why do we buy when we can only speak with the 500 rupees phone? The reason is because we are paying for the experience of the phone. Okay? So similarly, we are going out a lot to eat nowadays, dinners outside. It's not because we don't have food at home. Because we want to experience new varieties of food, new way of presentation. So more and more people are now spending money for the experience around it. So we're already in an experience economy. So when things are changing across, tourism also has been changing. People are now, the new generations, what we say the millennials and Gen Zs, are not looking for the traditional sightseeing tourism. Like for example, if somebody has to come to Bangalore, what would they do? They would go out and saw Vidhan Sauda, they would have seen Kabban Park, they have seen ISKCON temple. It's mostly related to seeing things, taking photos there, standing there. You would never get an opportunity to interact. You will never get an opportunity to involve. The new generation want these things. They are looking for more authentic, immersive experiences which have something to learn, something to locally we can connect, okay, and very different from the traditional places. Like for example, if you take Karnataka example, what are the top two tourist spots? Dandeli, Mysore, Chikmagalur, Ooty. But Karnataka is so diverse state. I think we all heard from many people. We, as an Indians, every 200 kilometers, 100 kilometers, there is something story to be told. There is something to be experienced. But unfortunately, we are all limited to few spots. So the reason here is that How do we make travelers to go and connect to the so many diversities we have, whether it could be our culture diversity, nature diversity, professional diversity. So these are the things people are now looking forward, and our platform connects this travelers to these experiences. Who can give better this experience? The locals can give it. It's not the tour operators. We want to remove all the middle operators from this, because 80% of the revenue today generated in the tourism is being consumed by the middle operators. Whether it's hotel guys, the homestay guys, the tour guys, the locals, as everybody heard about it, they don't get enough share in the tourism sector. There's no money for them. They end up working, doing a housekeeping job or some PT jobs there. The idea is that they are the experts of the locals. They should be able to provide the best experience to the people. And we are trying to connect to that. So come and join us. Come to our website. This is our Expedia.travel. So we already have, for example, we have an Ekshagana experience where it's in Honavar side, where they not only teach you about experience, Ekshagana, they'll also make avatar of Ekshagana. They put the costume on, you can put the steps around, play around. You understand why Ekshagana is played, what's the history behind it. For example, there's a Manchik, the Siddhi community there. You can spend time with the tribals. What is their lifestyle? How do they do? What kind of activities they do? What's the kind of food they eat? Which is the environment they stay? So these are the interesting types of tourism which are conducted. So do visit our site and follow us on our Insta. We have just started. I think do join us and let's together experience India better. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
So we all want you to go and explore the site, and our app will be launched in a month or so. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. And madam?
Yeah, thanks.
So now we will be having a 10 minutes quick tea break. So after that we will assemble here for the next session. Thank you. Any other programs or activities? Also request all the delegates to please take care of your electronic gadgets, mobiles, smartwatches and purses. So if you miss them here, we are not responsible. Anyhow, we have CC cameras, but it is very difficult to trace them out because we have two such worst experiences previous. Please take care of your mobile things and don't keep charge and go outside the auditorium. Okay. So welcome to the second session of today. Now I request Shri KV Prakash sir, founder and managing director, Wash Clean Laundry Services Private Limited, Bengaluru, to chair the session. Welcome to the dais, sir. Please. A big round of applause to Prakash KV sir. He is a visionary who combines his passion for nature with the power of innovation. He has finished his graduation in fishery science from College of Fisheries, Mangalore. He is a biologist, innovator, entrepreneur and nature advocate. His mission is to focus on harmonizing technological advancements with the environmental sustainability, and he works on protecting ecosystems while fostering business growth for future generations. And his main philosophy is he believes in the synergy of nature and innovation thriving together. His notable ventures are Wash Clean Laundry Services Private Limited, founded a successful laundry and dry cleaning venture for premium healthcare, hospitality and retail segments, and went on to collaborate with Toyota, Tusho and Tokai, revolutionizing the laundry services. Adachi Swipe Green Private Limited, innovated a Tigreen, a patented water purification technology for sustainable industrial and domestic water treatment and recycling and reuse. Mytomatics Private Limited developed a advanced machinery for exceptional fabric care, setting new industry standards. FH9 Private Limited, which focuses on sustainable agriculture with products like ready-to-cook millet and moringa-based food and bioenzyme solutions. Apart from this, Shri Kapat Malleshwara Horticulture Farmers Producer Co. Limited empowers native farmers with global market access, fostering sustainable agricultural growth. And apart from this, Big Chef Ventures Private Limited, which focuses on strategic, where he involves as a strategic advisor for promoting plant protein-based culinary innovations for a sustainable future. With this brief introduction, I welcome you once again, sir. Thank you for accepting our invitation to chair this session. Now I request our speaker, Scientific Officer, Sri Ramakrishna Marathi, Botanical Section, Pilikula Development Authority, Mangalore, to chair. Come to the dais. And also I request Sri K.V. Prakash, sir, to introduce our session expert, Dr. Ramakrishna Marathi.
Welcome you, sir. Welcome to Mr. Ramakrishna Marathi. What is the subject now? What is the subject here now today? What is Pilikula or Pilikula? Very good. Okay. People from Mangalore in Tulu, Pili means Huli. So Huli, Puli, and then it has become Pili. Pili Vesha, Pilikula is all Tulu-based, names. So we have a special person here, Mr. Ramakrishna Marathi is a scientific officer from Botanical Section at Pilikula Development Authority, Mangaluru, with over 18 years of experience in plant taxonomy, biodiversity conservation, and mycorrhizae research. He holds an MSc in Applied Botany from Mangalore University, and he currently pursuing a PhD on orbiculae mycorrhizae of endemic and non-endemic ratans of the Western Ghats. He has been actively involved in ex situ conservation of endemic and threatened plants of the Western Ghats, contributing to several government-funded projects on biodiversity conservation, medicinal plant nurseries, and herbarium development. His research work includes extensive vegetation studies of Karwar Islands, rediscovery of rare plant species, and chemical composition analysis of endemic flora. Mr. Marathi has published multiple research papers in reputed scientific journals and serves as a resource person for biodiversity awareness programs. As a co-investigator, he has worked on projects like the establishment of a biodiversity park at MRPL. His contributions significantly enhance the documentation, conservation, and awareness of Western Ghats flora. I welcome Mr. Ramakrishna Marathi and thank him for coming down here, and special thanks to KSTA and Karnataka government for hosting this wonderful event in association with Mount Carmel College, and lots to take away from this session. Over to Mr. Ramakrishna Marathi, sir.
Respected Chairman Sir, dignitaries and participants of this event. First of all, I thank the organizers, especially Dr. Ramesh Sir, for inviting me to share our tourism activities to you. First of all, so I am standing before you to introduce a unique tourism destination to you. So most of the tourism destinations are confined or restricted to one or two spots or components. So here the difference here is, so it's a multidisciplinary project, multidisciplinary tourism project with different components clubbed together to form a tourist spot. The Pilikula project was started during 1995-96 by the then district collector, deputy commissioner, Sriman Bharatlal Meena. The Dakshina Kannada, actually the undivided Dakshina Kannada, including Udupi district, is meant for tourism activities because we have the religious spots, beaches, forests, so many more. To emphasize more to this tourism activities, the then Deputy Commissioner of the Dakshina Kannada district, he had a plan. So to implement this plan, he was in search of a place. So he found a place nearby Mangalore, that is 10 kilometers from Mangalore, a place that is called Pilikula. Pilikula, so as somebody told, the name derived in the Tulu language. Pili means tiger and Kula means pond. So literally it means pond of tigers. So as per localites, the entire area was once a dense forest, it seems, and tigers were predominant in that area, and these tigers used to come to that lake to drink water. That's why locals, they call this lake as a Pilikula. So when our project started in 1996, the name Pilikula was assigned to our project. The project name is Pilikula Nisarga Dhama. So Pilikula, a nature house. So since then till today, it has become an important tourism spot, not only in our state, in the entire country. So it has become a favorite tourism spot to the visitors. The main to manage that tourism activities, we have formed a society called Pilikula Nisarga Dhama Society, headed by District Commissioner of Dakshina Kannada district. So the main objective of the Pilikula Nisarga Dhama project was conservation of biodiversity of Western Ghats. The first and foremost objective is the conservation of biodiversity. Next, conservation of heritage and culture of especially the Dakshina Kannada and Udupi, pertaining to Dakshina Kannada and Udupi district, coastal region. Then creation of awareness in science and technology, so third objective. Then promotion of ecotourism. So these are the main objectives of the Pilikula Nisarga Dhama project. To fulfill these objectives, we have, so these are the components. So we have a biological park, that is zoo. We have a arboretum, that is botanical garden, and we have a regional science center. We have artisans village, we have heritage village, lake garden, and we also have a boating center, herbarium and botanical museum. We have a freshwater aquarium, urban and rural hearths, medicinal garden, horticulture, etc. So these are the different components of our Pilikula Nisarga Dhama project. The first component was developed in Pilikula is the lake garden, or the restoration of Pilikula lake. So as I said earlier, Pellicola was once a dense forest, and later on the forest vanished, and the silt was washed off and deposited in that lake. So only during rainy season you will find some water and no water in the summer. So all the silt deposited in that lake. So when our project started in 1995-96, the restoration of the lakes taken, and now the entire lake was desilted to retrieve its original glory. So now the pond area is 5 acres, and the depth of the pond is 30 feet. So here one of the key benefit of this restoration of the lake is the groundwater recharging. So now the nearby farmers, they are having enough water even till the end of the May. So that is the main benefit of the restoration of our first component, Pellicola lake. And we have beautified the lake also by establishing gardens around the lake. Boating facilities there, the fish cultivation is there, and every year there is a festival, that is Matsyotsav or fish carnival, to attract the visitors. So today it attracts large number of visitors, especially to this lake. So you can see the images of the chronological order of the development. So the first slide, the 1996, during the inauguration of that lake. So later on you can see the images. So beautiful garden established around the lake. A boating facility is also there. So the present view of the Pellicola lake. Now coming to the second component, that is the Pellicola biological park. That is nothing but the Pellicola zoo. So this zoo is especially meant for the conservation of the endangered and endemic animal species of the Western Ghats. The total area of the zoo is 140 acres. The earlier this zoo or entire Pellicola was managed by a registered society. Later on it has become an independent authority by the government. Now all the components are, including zoo, are managed by Pellicola Development Authority. So the total area of zoo is around 150 acres, and this was open to visitors in the year 2004, and it is recognized by Central Zoo Authority. So as per the it has made as per the specifications of the Central Zoo Authority. So each animal it requires a specific area to warrant to live in that area. So the total animals, the inventory of animals is around 1,100 total animals belonging to 110 species. So among them 39 endangered species. The total endangered species, endangered animals is 530. So these are the different species of the animals found in our or conserved in our Pellicola biological park or Pellicola zoo. So these are the deer species. We have sambar deer, spotted deer, mouse deer. So mouse deer is a scheduled one endangered animal. So small cats. These are the big cats: Bengal tiger, leopard, lion, Asiatic lion. So these are some of the non-venomous snake species are displayed in our Pellicola biological park. So these are the venomous snakes, especially king cobra. It is a great attraction in Pilikula Biological Park. These are the crocodile species, birds. So it is a captive breeding center for some of the special animals, especially endangered species of the Western Ghats. The captive breeding of Royal Bengal tiger, breeding of some of the species. So now here the king cobra is also for the first time is the first zoo for breeding captivity in zoo. We have a king cobra breeding center. So now coming to the our own section, my section, arboretum or botanical garden. So as Chandrasekhar sir mentioned in the morning session regarding green space. So this is our green space. It's a man-made green space. So the entire area of Pilikula was a hard laterite area. So before the establishment of this project, the entire area was covered with acacia and casuarina trees. So we have removed all the acacias and casuarina trees. We have established this botanical garden in our Pilikula. So why we have established this is because we are living in a especially hotspots called the Western Ghats. Our region comes under Western Ghats. Western Ghats is one of the 35 biological hotspots. So there are many endemic species are under threat due to our own activities. So we have planned to conserve some of the endangered endemic species in our botany. Soil from the outside, and we have converted entire laterite area into a mini Western Ghats forest today. So the total species 235, we have more than 235 species. Among them 70 species are endemic to Western Ghats, 15 are threatened, and 3 rediscovered, and 3 monotypic genera. So you can see this is the view of the botanical garden during 2002. This project started in 2000 with the financial aid from Indo-Norwegian Environment Program, that is INEP. They have funded us to establish this botanical garden. So this is after the establishment in the year 2002, you can see 2003. Now the present situation of our botanical garden. So we have conserved many threatened species of Western Ghats. So this is one of the very important timber yielding endangered plant species of Western Ghats. This is known as wild jack. Wild jack. So it's a close relative of our jack. So here the fruit is very small. Fruit is edible, ripe fruits are eaten, raw fruits are pickled, or it can be used as a vegetable. So in the natural population, you cannot find big trees because of the unscientific utilization. Only in cultivation or in some roadsides as a avenue tree, you can see this. No. That's different. So it is pure Western Ghat plant. Lakshmanapal is cultivated, so that is believed to be anti-cancerous. So this is a timber yielding tree, endangered species of Western Ghats. So here another endangered species, So it is locally known as Ramapatre or Japatre. It's wild nutmeg, it is known as wild nutmeg. This is Myristica malabarica. So because of the highly prized, the outer portion of this seed is known as eril or patre. So it is highly prized, used as a spice or as a medicine. In a natural population, so it is vanishing because of its highly prized. So people are cutting the trees for the harvesting the fruits. So we have conserved, it is fruiting in our botanical garden. So next comes one new report. It is known as Syzygium travancoricum. It is locally known as Neeru Kukku or Neeru Nandi. So because Kukku means mango in Tulu. So if you crush and smell it, the leaves exactly smell like raw mango. So that's why it is known as Neeru Kukku in our Tulu language. So it is a new report to Karnataka by our own scientists. They have discovered this. So after many years, it was reported earlier in Kerala, but not in Karnataka. It was reported to be present in Karnataka by our Pilikula scientists. So another important medicinal plant, it is known as Pinari or Durvasan in our Tulu and Kannada. So Durvasa means emitting bad smell. So during the flowering, it emits very bad smell. You cannot go near and take the photographs. Very bad smell, but very good medicinal plant. The bark yields an alkaloid known as camptothecin. The alkaloid is used as used to cure breast cancer. It's a very good medicinal plant. So naturally, no such trees are available. So because of that camptothecin alkaloid, it is highly priced, lakhs together per kg, and unfortunately the patent is with America. So plant is ours, but they have taken many years back, they have taken the patent for that product. But plant is belonging to India, especially Western Ghats. So in the natural population, you cannot find the big trees. So they harvest the bark and send it to America for the extraction of the camptothecin. Mostly in Western Ghats, in other parts also it is available. India it is available, but especially Western Ghats it is there. But not big trees are not there. Only small populations are there. It's vanished, already vanished. So we have conserved this in our botanical garden. Yes, we have a nursery of all these plants. All endangered endemic plants we raise in our nursery. So we distribute to the needy people. And we also sell also. So this is the real Ashoka, Saraka Ashoka. This is the real Ashoka. So most of the people confuse with the tall tree in front of most of the buildings, offices and all. It is also known as Ashoka, but that is not the real Ashoka. This is the real Ashoka. So as per Ramayana, that Ashokavana. So it is one of the component of Ashokavana. So the name derived Ashokavana from this tree. This is known as Sita Ashok. Sita Ashok, mentioned in Ramayana. So this bark is used in the preparation of a valuable Ayurvedic drug called Ashokarishta. Ashokarishta used especially for the uterine and menstrual problems. So this we have a separate Ashokavana. So with more than 200 plants we have conserved here in our Ashokavana as a part of our botanical garden. So next comes one rediscovery after 120 years. This is known as Maduka insignis. Another species is common, Maduka nerifolia, but it is a very confined to a small location near Subramania, Maduka insignis. We have rediscovered after 120 years. So believed to be extinct. We have discovered and we have planted, conserved in our botanical garden. We also raised many saplings and distributed to the people who want to conserve this species. We have distributed. So another rediscovery by us is Syzygium canarans, belonging to our jamun plant. The fruit is somewhat looks like jamun only. This was rediscovered from Jog Falls region, that Gersopper region. We have rediscovered after 70 years. So believed to be extinct, but we have rediscovered and we have raised many saplings and we have conserved in our botanical garden. There are many subcomponents of our botanical garden. See, we have as I told earlier, we have a Ashokavana. So this is the first photo is Ashokavana with we have planted 200 more than 200 plants, and the second one is we have a bamboo situm, that is for the collection of bamboos. So we have 25 species of bamboos we have collected from different locations of the some states, and we have established this bamboo situm. Next, the canitum. Canitum means a collection of canes. Canes means that canes used for making furnitures and all. So we have a collection of canes also. We have 7 species of canes also. So we have a greenhouse to showcase the medicinal plants and also to show the saplings of our endemic and endangered species. This is especially for awareness purpose, to create awareness among the youth, especially children. So we are established this greenhouse. We have a medicinal garden also. In about 5 acres of land, we have a medicinal garden with more than 300 species of medicinal plants. So this is the nursery. So we have a nursery and we raise most of the endemic and endangered plants in our nursery. See, we have a orchidarium also. So there are 2 types of orchidaria. We have one orchidaria especially for the conservation of wild orchids of Western Ghats, and second we have a orchidarium of commercial species with a few varieties of orchids. The second picture here is you have a threatened plants garden with the financial assistance from financial assistance from Ministry of Environment and Forests. We have established a special garden for the conservation of threatened plants of Western Ghats in a 2 acres of land, and we have conserved 45 species in that garden. So these are the third picture shows some of the photographs of some important plants conserved in our botanical garden. We have a herbarium in botanical gardens. We have established with the financial assistance from Karnataka Biodiversity Board. We have established the herbarium and botanical museum. This is the first herbarium and botanical museum in the coastal Karnataka region. So we have established in the year 2011 we have herbarium specimens, 12,000 more than 12,000 specimens belonging to 200 species, and our herbarium is recognized in the New York Botanical Garden, that is the index herbarium of Kew Botanical Garden. It has been recognized, and the herbarium code is PND. So PND means Pilikula Nisargadhama. And we have a botanical museum. So that is to display the plant parts, especially seeds, fruits, wood samples of Western Ghats. We have established a botanical museum. So that is the picture of the botanical museum established in our Pilikula Nisargadhama. Next, coming to the one more important component of Pilikula, the artisans village. We have established an artisan village to encourage the rural artisans and especially to conserve the dying endangered craft of our region, especially the Dakshina Kannada Udupi region. Most of the rural crafts are dying. So to conserve these crafts, we have established this artisans village, and it's a live village. So for each craft, there is a hut, there is one family. They are preparing the products. It's a live demonstration, and we also have a sale outlet of these products. So we have two sale outlets. One is in Pilikula and other one is in Bangalore city. We are selling the products made by these rural artisans. We are supporting, we are training the rural artisans and we give them assistance, and they can own their own livelihood. See, this is the view of the artisan village. The first one is the oil extraction unit. So nowadays we are getting the oil from machine driven units. So, but in a machine driven oil is so there is a friction and loss of minerals in our commercial oils. But in this Ghana or the bullock driven extraction unit, so there is no friction. It is the unit is made up of wood only. There is no friction. So it is highly rich of vitamins and minerals. Here we make two oils. One is coconut oil, another one is gingerly oil. So the gingerly oil is especially used for massaging, and most of the Ayurvedic physicians, they prefer this oil and prescribe to their patients. This is a live oil extraction unit, and we have a handloom section also. It's a live demonstration. They make bed sheets, shirts, towels and all. So you can see this, you can purchase the products also. And this is the pottery unit. This is the sale unit. So now coming to the another important aspects of or important component of Pilikula Nisargadhama is a heritage village. So the main purpose is to bring back the memories of our disappearing rural life. So most of them are going towards town, and they are most of the rural culture is vanishing nowadays. So to bring back the memories, we have established a heritage village of to depict the nature of our Dakshina Kannada and Udupi district, of coastal districts, to show the people lives, olden day buildings and rituals, and food habitats, and the folk arts, especially Kambala and Yakshagana. So it's a live village. So we have a folk museum, we have a Kambala track. The total area of this village is 35 acres. Here we have a special house known as Guttu house or Guttu Mane, or it is known as manor house, or it is known as a landlord's house. In olden day, landlords were having that kind of houses. Nowadays, it is already vanished. Nowhere you can see that big manor houses. So it's a model we made in Pilikula of to depict the nature of the Tulunadu. And we have associated with this, we have that Kambala track, we have a coconut garden, we have a arecanut garden, and also we have a Nagabala. Cultural festivals such as a day in Ashada or some Vishu and all, we celebrate every year to attract the people in this Guttu house. So this is the image of the manor house or landlord's house. It is locally known as Guttu Mane or Guttu house, landlord house. So this is the inner view of the Guttu house. It is made full of wood only, so traditional style house. So now we have converted the entire house into a folk museum to show the traditional arts and culture of our region. So this is the one Yakshagana gallery, some folk art. The third picture is to show the traditional kitchen. So we have made a traditional kitchen and Yakshagana gallery. So there is a live Yakshagana makeup gallery is there. So you can have this. So now Pilikula Guttu Mane or Guttu house has become a favorite spot for film industry, especially South Indian film industry. The famous Kantara film, the first part of Kantara film shot in Pilikula Guttu house. The Raja's story of Kantara movie shot in Pilikula. So next, the Jailer movie also shot in Pilikula. Rajinikanth and Shivaraj Kumar part was shot in Pilikula Guttu house. This is a Tulu film shot in Pilikula Guttu house. Many films are shot and had to release. 2 to 3 movies already shot and had to release. So now coming to regional science center. This is to create awareness among the people, especially children, to take scientific or science as their subject, or to create a scientific temperament among the children. This was established in 2014 with the grant from Karnataka state government and also from central government on 50-50 basis. The total cost was 8.5 crore. This science center established with the view to promote scientific attitude among the general public, students, faculty regarding the development of field in the science, technology and research in the science. And KESTEPS, that is the Karnataka Science and Technology Promotion Society, is giving annual grants to maintain the regional science center. The different galleries inside the regional science center, we have a fun science gallery, that is it's like a Vishwesvaraya Museum of Bangalore, the hands-on models, so we can operate and enjoy fun science gallery. We have a biodiversity gallery also. Most of the biodiversity models are displayed, and we have frontiers in technology gallery, and we have a 3D talkies also. So this is the view of the regional science center. Now coming to planetarium, Swami Vivekananda Planetarium. So So this is the view of the planetarium. The total grant is 35.69 crores from sponsored by state government, Karnataka Science and Technology Department. And this is the first 3D planetarium in the entire entire country. First 3D planetarium and active 3D with the 8K resolution and ACS second 8K resolution with the optomechanical hybrid projection system. The dome size is 18 meter with the tilting angle is 15 degree with the 173 seating capacity. We have a horticulture section also to take care of all the horticulture needs of our Pilikula and Nisargadama and some gardens of some sections. We have a vermicompost unit also to produce the organic fertilizers like vermicompost. So we have a freshwater aquarium also to conserve the freshwater fishes of the Western Ghats. We have established this freshwater aquarium. So nearly 22 species have been conserved in our aquarium. We multiply them and we release them to the their original habitats. So this is the view of the freshwater fish aquarium. We have urban hut and rural hut also. We have a shopping complex to support the rural artisans to sell their products without the help of a middleman. So we have made this facility from the central and state government fund. See, we have a guest house also. So earlier this guest house was previously maintained by Jungle Lodges and Resorts. Now it has been handed over to KSTDC. Now they are renovating and they are opening shortly. So we have a amusement park also in Pilikula. It is known as Manasa Amusement Park. It has been run by, or it has been handed over to a private party to run the park on BOT basis, build, own operate and transfer basis. We have a golf course also. It also run by a private party on the BOT basis. We have 18 pits with the 18 pits and more than 920 members. So we have some of the activities to attract the tourists in Pilikula. So fruits mela. So every year we conduct fruits mela or fruits exhibition. We invite the farmers from all over the state to exhibit their products and sell their items. Fish carnival. So every year we conduct fish carnival in our lake garden. Actually we grow the fish in our lake. During April, May, we catch them and we sell them. It's a live sale of fishes. So it attracts lots of visitors.
Sir, we have 2 to 3 minutes
Yes,
left.
yes, sir. So these some of the activities. So this is the footfall of our Pilikula Nisargadama. So the entry fee tariff. So these are some of the visitor facilities created in Pilikula to attract the tourists. So this is the direction map of Pilikula displayed in front of the ticket counter, so to guide the tourist. Yes, sir. Thank you. So we have a website also. You can access anything from this. Our all activities, all components are available in our website.
It's a government website.
Yes, it's a government website maintained by government.
One minute, I'll come to that.
Yes, sir.
Is it there in the website so that videos can be accessed?
Yes, sir.
Not now.
Yes, sir.
Not now.
We have a teaser on Pilikula. So it is available in YouTube also. No, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, please. Missed one or two points now. Give the mic to sir.
Sir, what they have requested is, if the documentary is available, please make it available to all the...
Yeah, can we pass it to all the participants here? Huh? Sir, is that okay? That you can share the entire document so that we can access it. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think it's a wonderful exposure, bringing all the traditions. So, can you be seated, sir?
Yes.
Bringing, connecting all the traditions and the modern science, a lot of points on biodiversity, plus rediscovering the species and live village, plus the beautiful exposure of the real Pilikula which we couldn't imagine before. I belong to a place called Udupi. It is quite similar to the live village what sir was explaining. If you can see the entire thing what he covered in the live village is the exact place where I belong to. The entire Kantara movie can be naturally taken from my place. My village name is called Kambala Katte. So Kambala is part of the entire culture of Dakshina Kannada. Now coming to our entire, to summarize, I think this is a golden opportunity for all our participants here to revisit everything, visit and find out how this can be connected to ecotourism and agritourism. And one request here is that the moment we talk about ecotourism and agritourism, if there is any commercial or private business involved, the degree of damage we do to the nature is something which very dangerous and many are irreversible in the name of tourism. That one request for all of you, not to get into that world. If in case you really want to start your own venture or explore more opportunities, there are a lot of questions. What we saw today is that how to make it as a techno-commercial feasibility. If in case you want to work on ecotourism, there are ways to do that. And only 2 points I want to cover here. Why this entire ecotourism or agritourism? Can I take 1 or 2 minutes? Is that okay? First point is that if in case you develop a natural farming and that you convert it as a tourism spot, then you are protecting and maintaining the flora and fauna there. Then that can be extended to ecotourism, whatever way you want to do it. The sustainability factor is taken in. In detail we can discuss and I can tell you the practical way. So if you look at eco and environment all these jargons like carbon credit or climate resiliency, you will end up losing money. That's a message what we are getting. Or it may not be viable commercially. I do not agree with that. You can just get away from that thought. Some of the medicinal plants, they are vanishing. If in case you grow those plants and make money out of it and encourage people coming there and staying, people whoever come there and stay, they have to pay for their stay. And a lot of people, they are ready to work like, workers there to, experience. There are so many such cases. So they are ready to work, they are ready to pay you, they are ready to support you, and they are ready to buy some things from you to promote you. You only get hold of that kind of, segment. Make it very small. Then you expand it further. It is not that a big resort where you have all the expenses made and complete, urban culture is copied there in villages. Not necessarily. And 40 years back or 50 years back, all the explanation what sir gave on the live village, I was living in that. So we were made to think that modern world or these things are science. The more we learned modern science, we started going away from that. So we have lost a lot of medicinal plants here, and rediscovery has to happen. This is about one subject. Second is, I'll give you a case study why this entire ecotourism or agrotourism, how it can help our present and future generations. We all are in now artificial intelligence or generative artificial intelligence, zone now. These all AI can become BI, CI and ZI. It will go on for next 20, 30 years. Imagine after 30 years, what will be our situation, our future generations? When you talk about technology, if you go back to all those time zone, we started with the oral transmission of all the knowledge. There was no language. Then we moved on to Stone Age. Then we moved on to languages and started writing them. We were writing everything. Then we started printing. Now we have gone to digital. Now it has become entirely digital world. Now artificial intelligence has set in now. In future, what is going to happen? What about the present generation? Children, next 20, 30 years who all are born, they will not have access to all those cultures or the skills. Those skills took hundreds of years to build, which we have completely forgotten in last 30, 40 years. What is going to happen? I'll give you a case study, or my imagination, I'm just saying. Next 25, 30 years, we are depending on completely on cyber, cloud, server, and automation. We have moved on from mechanical to electronics and electricals to electronics now, and everything has become digital, touch screen, and entire our automation, everything is, even if it is mechanical, it is depending on our digital, OTP driven or system driven. What will happen in next 25, 30 years? Assume that there is some major thing happening in our universe, or some cosmic rays or some asteroids, interfering with all our satellites. One day, you don't have any digital connection. You have lost, like what pandemic happened with respect to virus. It can be cyber pandemic or digital pandemic. Where do we go? Where do those future generation will get the food from? What will happen to them? They got completely disconnected from the traditions and skills to do agriculture or grow the grains and then feed themselves. So the automation also will be in a challenging mode. I imagine like that. So for that reason, ecotourism and agritourism is a wonderful platform both state and central government has initiated, and thanks to KSTA, we have this as a route to keep our future generation getting exposed to traditions, so that if nothing is there, at least you can look at soil and grow your own food and take care of your generations. We could sit 1 year idle during COVID time. Who knows? There may be such a situation when it comes to technology. So my earnest request to all the participants here is that whatever you do, whatever you take away from this entire thing, take the entire concept with 360-degree approach, so that you will not get carried away by commercial angle alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Due to interest of time, we will take questions offline during lunch break. Now I request Dr. Ramakrishna sir and KV Prakash sir to receive a token of memento on behalf of KST and on behalf of all the delegates present here. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation and being part of this conference. Thank you, sir. Before lunch break, we will have one more technical session by Dr. Muhammad Salim Sheikh. He is representing Karnataka State Remote Sensing Science Center. On behalf of Dr. N.L. Rajesh, he is presenting on geospatial technology for site suitability for ecotourism development. So, on behalf of KST and on behalf of all of us present here, I would request Dr. Chandrasekhar Lingdal sir to chair the session. And also I request Muhammad Salim Sheikh sir to come to the dais. So before giving mic to the chair, Dr. Chandrakant Lingdal sir, I would like to give a brief introduction. He is an associate professor in charge and head MFSC, Fish Production and Management, and he has done his doctors in aquatic biology, currently working in Fisheries Research and Information Center, Marine, Uttar Kannada district. His professional experience is more than 25 years of teaching, research and extension, and postdoctoral experience is 3 years of postdoctoral research on mangrove ecology funded by CSIR New Delhi. Major fields of interest: primary productivity, ecological monitoring, aquatic pollution, mangrove ecology, coastal zone management, remote sensing, and GIS for natural resource management, fish and shellfish breeding, rearing and culture. Apart from that, he is a member of many professional bodies, a member of Network of Tropical Aquaculture Scientists, NTES Philippines, a member of Marine Biological Association of India, Kochi, and member of Professional Fisheries Graduate Forum, Mumbai, India, and member for Frontier Journal of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, Bidar. His research projects, he has conducted many research projects. As a co-principal investigator in the project titled All India Network Project on Mariculture, and a co-principal investigator in the project entitled Utilization of Marine Microalgae and Residue as Feed Ingredients in Vanampai Shrimp Diet. He has received many awards and fellowship, out of which I would like to mention few here. He is a gold medalist in US Bangalore for securing distinction in PhD and merit scholarship in Masters and PhD program ES Bangalore, and a certificate of merit in recognition for mobilization of research grants with more than 50 lakhs. And he has produced a number of publications of reputed national and international journal papers, more than 28, and guided many research students for their completion of PhD. With this brief introduction, I welcome Dr. Chandrakant Lingdal sir to introduce today's speaker, Dr. Muhammad Salim Sheikh sir, before starting this session.
Good afternoon to everybody. So, I am happy to introduce Muhammad Salim Sheikh. He is also my ex-colleague. We worked in the project in Mysore. I am heading the regional center, remote sensing application center, Mysore. So he is presently a senior scientific officer, group head in hydrogeology, and currently working in Karnataka Remote Sensing Application Center, that is KSRSSC, Bangalore. So he has got 22 years of experience in GIS applications, analysis of various natural resources, and ArcGIS and AutoCAD and many more. And also he has got experience in ERDAS. Areas of expertise include remote sensing applications, expertise in GIS, geology, digital mapping and navigation, and system studies, and digital image processing, and many more. So the list is more. So, and he has also worked in the 3 major World Bank assisted projects carried out for Government of Karnataka. That's GIS based tank information system, GIS based water quality mapping and village information system, and that is worked on Rajiv Gandhi National Drinking Water Mission project sponsored by Ministry of Rural Areas Employment, and many more projects. So with his vast experience in remote sensing and GIS, so he is going to tell about the cutting edge technology like remote sensing GIS, how it will be helpful for ecotourism. So as you know, there is a recently he has told morning there are 50 sites to be selected in the entire country. So it is not easy to travel all over the country and select it. So these cutting edge technology, remote sensing and GIS help you to minimize your efforts and specific site locations using these technologies, and then come to some selected sites, then visit the sites, then you can take the decision. So these technology will help you to take a better decisions. So with this brief background, I will hand over mic to Salim Ali.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon. My talk is basically on geospatial technology for site suitability for ecotourism development. And this is the contextual overview. And Karnataka has varied landscape, including Western Ghats, coastal regions, and inland forest, making it ideal for tourism. And we are using for this analysis MCDA, multi-criteria decision analysis. Based on this, we can do for ecotourism planning for the Karnataka. And I cover the remote sensing, GIS, and GPS, how it will be interlinked, and using this decision support system for developing ecotourism for Karnataka. And you all know what is ecotourism. And ecotourism is a sustainable form of tourism that focuses on conserving natural resource, natural environment, supporting local communities, and promoting environment awareness. It involves responsible travel to natural areas that minimize environmental impact and enhance the well-being of local people to promote cultural appreciations and support local economies. What is the key principle of ecotourism? Key principle of ecotourism is conversion of natural and cultural heritage, community involvement and benefit to local communities, low environmental footprint and educations and responsible travel expenses. In the nutshell, country has around 6% over the past decade increased the ecotourism. The key destinations including national parks, wildlife sanctuaries and heritage sites. And Karnataka is a potential for developing ecotourism, rich in biodiversity in Western Ghats, makes Karnataka as a prime ecotourism destinations. And apart from that, Government of Karnataka has initiated KEDB, Karnataka Ecotourism Development Board in 2030, has introduced policies, guidelines, awareness programs and so on. And importance, see, for example, if you want to select any site, the criteria should be there. For example, if you want to drill the borewell, or if you want to drill the construction of the house, or if you want to go for any agriculture practice, you have to do the proper site selection. Like that only, if you want to selection for the suitable sites for the ecotourism, is choosing the right locations is critical to ensure ecotourism is sustainable to environmentally friendly. And poor site select, if you select the poor sites, it leads to the deforestation and habitat destructions and disruptions of the local ecosystems. And what are the key factors in site selections? For example, if you take the environment factor consider, basically you are all in environment science, I believe, and protected areas, biodiversity, wildlife conservation, climate suitability and sustainable resource uses. And geographical consideration means this is the terrain, water bodies and accessibility to the ecotourism sites, and risk assessment in the sense is landslides, floods and so on. And socio-economic aspect, this is one of the major key factors for site selections. local community engagement, infrastructure and tourism facilities, and economic benefit to the region. And this images indicate that these are each layers we have to integrate, and you can do the analysis. For example, elevation layer is there, drainage network layer is there, land use is there, population is there, road network is there, protected area is there, heritage of course. Like that you can all multiple layers you can add, and you can go for analysis part. Right? And role of geospatial technologies in site selection analysis. Geospatial technologies play a crucial role in ecotourism in Karnataka or anywhere by leveraging GIS and remote sensing and GPS for sustainable tourism development. By integrating all the geospatial, as I told, technologies, and we can enhance tourism while ensuring environmental sustainability, conservation and socio-economic benefits of the local communities. Apart from that, GIS has significantly increased in ecotourism across the diverse extent. And apart from this, GIS allows the policymakers or decision makers to visualize the problems in relation to the existing trends, or thereby enable policymakers to more effectively target the resources. How geospatial technologies helps? There are three components: GIS mapping, remote sensing, and multi-criteria decision analysis, MCDA. If you go to the GIS mapping, analysis land suitability using environment and socio-economic parameters. Remote sensing means you can go for multi-dated images for the change analysis, and so on you can do. And based on this, you can go for multi-criteria analysis. I will just touch upon what GIS can help. GIS can help, for example, first stage you have to map all the areas. For example, mapping and spatial analysis. Creation, based on GIS, we can create detailed map of regions or particular area, including protected areas, wildlife habitats, tracking routes within the forest, or any routes in the minor routes, or any landmarks, major landmarks in the forest, and potential ecotourism sites. And based on this, using spatial analysis to optimize the minimum location, minimum route from one place to one place, and other infrastructure. For example, in the Google map, if you're going to travel from one location to one location, you put the map, and you can see the map in the Google map. They will show one route, and you can select the shortest part of the particular distance, so that you can, based on this, you can do this. And resource management. Second one is the GIS can help the monitoring natural resources for crucial ecotourism, like water bodies or small water bodies, or major rivers, dams, or some springs, and biodiverse hotspots and forests, and so on. It also involves tracking the distribution of wildlife, assessing forest cover changes, and monitoring water quality. And also it will use for tourism planning and site selection. By integrating all the layers, as shown earlier, all the layers, for thematic layers we used to call elevations, vegetations, water resource, existing infrastructures, and so on. GIS facilitate information, decision making for the planning for the new ecotourism sites, expansion or existing sites, to the creation of sustainable tourism. And for example, apart from that, you can, using GIS, we can use the visitor management. For example, GIS can manage the visitor flows. For example, crowds will be there using the tourists across the different areas. To reduce the overcrowding, you can use for this GIS technology, and it will help us to minimize the impact of sensitive ecosystems, and it will not disturb any habitats. And based using GIS, you can prepare the zoning plans or zoning atlas, or any maps nearby ecotourism sites, minimize, and it will help them minimize disturbance and providing real-time information to the tourist. And apart from that, risk assessment and disaster management also you can do using the GIS technologies. And for example, where the landslide prone areas are there, floods are there, wildfires are there, it will create the emergency response, preparing the plans on using the tourism and local community, so that something is happening in the particular area. Based on the input data, you can tell that, okay, boss, here already these are the areas are landslide prone areas, like that you can avoid that route like that. And remote sensing is a tool where you can using the tool you can monitoring the changes in the forest covers, deforestations, vegetation growth, and land use over time. For example, if you see that using the multi-dated imageries, you can see the change analysis within the forest, or if you change any river course or any activities happen in the forest, based on the time series analysis, you can do the analysis. It helps assessing the impact of tourist activities on the environment and informing conservation effort. And apart from that, you can map using GIS, remote sensing, habitat mapping, and assessment. And apart from that, one major this thing is water resource assessment. Based on the image, satellite imageries, you can map the water bodies, track changes, water levels. For example, you are using Sentinel-1 data, this 10-meter resolution, and repeated 12 days. Using that data, we are generating water spread area entire state, and we are giving for the department, so that you can see that water spread area, how much water spread is there, a particular tank, a particular reservoir, and so on. And detecting illegal activity. For example, in the forest area, they can encroachment or they can tree felling, everything is there. Based on that remote sensing, you can do this analysis, and it will aid to law enforcement and conservation effect. And apart from this GPS, as I told earlier, because everybody is using the this Ola, Uber, and Zomato, all those booking for this. The GPS is for this purpose. GPS is essential for accurate locating tourism sites, creating detailed trail maps, route maps, and guiding tourism during the trek and wildlife safaris. And based on GPS, we can collect field data also, and that can be bring into the applications, or you can use for the analysis purposes. And real-time tracking and safety also you can use for the using GPS, and data collections for tourism management using GPS you can do. In the nutshell, geospatial technologies enable sustainable ecotourism is providing detailed information about natural resources and environmental conditions, supporting information, planning and decision making, facilitate effective visitor management, monitoring and mitigating environmental impact, enhancing safety and experience of tourism. By integrating these technologies, we can develop and promote ecotourism in a way that balance economic benefit with environmental conservation and the well-being of the local community. And these are the data source available. Some are majority data are available in the free open source, and satellite imageries. You can use the Sentinel-2. Most of the people, you are aware of the Sentinel, how to download all those things. And using Sentinel data, you can use this. These are the layers, or these are the information you can gather or obtain from the imageries. And GIS database or spatial layers, this data source. And for this analysis we can use. And field data survey, GPS, and we can use mobile app also, and wildlife biodiversity survey, local community mapping also we can use, other data source, and climate and environment data is available in KSGMGC. And methodology. Methodology involves data collections is one of the first prime aspect, and apart from that, data collections is you can collect the data from you can gather the data in one platform. So satellite imagery, there are topographical maps, climate, and any auxiliary data at various sources. And criteria selections using MCDA based on this topographical elevations. It includes topography includes slope aspects and elevations that you can derive from the DEM also. Land use, land cover you can derive from satellite imageries, soil and geology, climate data, biodiversity, water resource and infrastructure, and accessibility. Once the data is selected, then data processing has to be done using GIS-based overlay analysis and suitable analysis. We are doing for AHP to rank the suitable of various locations. And this is the methodology for this preliminary studies, site selections, and you have to do for literature reviews, determining the criteria for evaluations, and data collections. There are secondary data, data collections, and spatial data preparations, criteria maps of ecotourism, suitable evaluations, and data analysis. And once all this you are done, then you can arrive the results. And this is the data collections. Data collections is the first steps for any activities. Not only this ecotourism, for any work, you can collect data. Is the first step involves gathering relevant spatial or environmental data of any related data. For this ecotourism analysis, we have to collect spatial and environmental data from various sources. Type of data, there are satellite data used for analysis, land use, land cover, vegetation covers, or environmental conditions. And source for data sources, all the open source data you can go for the Landsat, Sentinel, and both this, and you can process the Google Earth also. And topographic maps. For topographic maps, you can freely download from the Survey of India website. You can download around 5 topo sheets per day. You can go to the Naksha portal, you can log in, and you can download and just with your reference, and you can use this. Anybody can use, and it will provide all the information, height and water bodies, all the networks, contours, all the information are there. You can see and you can use for this. And topographic maps are there, and climate data, and biodiversity and land use data. And after the data is collected over, then data processing. Once the data is collected, then data processing will be done in GIS and remote sensing tools for creating meaningful layers for analysis. key processing techniques are, there are raster analysis wherein image analysis or DEM analysis you can do. For example, DEM, based on DEM, you can generate slope and terrain assessment. Vector analysis means you can extract the layers from the images like road, rivers, and so on. It will help assess the accessibility and proximity of tourism attractions. Data is then converted into spatial database and allowing for further analysis and decision-making system. Then here is the criteria, weighting and multi-criteria decision analysis, this MCDA. Since ecotourism site selection involves multi-factors, multi-layers will be involved, then multi-criteria decision analysis is used to prioritizing and weight different criteria. These are the steps. For example, biodiversity conservation may be given higher weight than infrastructure availability, ensuring ecotourism meaning sustainable. And apart from that, suitability mapping using GIS. The final step is to create the suitability maps highlighting the best locations for ecotourism development. For that, you have to do the suitability mapping. These are the steps. And once the data is processed, then you can categorize the data into high suitable areas. That is that is ideal ecotourism with minimum environmental impact, and moderate suitable areas means need careful planning for development, and unsuitable areas means should be conserved and protected. There is not used for ecotourism development. And these are the layers is available in KSR SAC, and multi layers, for example, land use layers, vegetative index, and soil maps and water bodies. And this is the remote sensing data inputs for topographic features. This is the satellite imageries, this is the DEM, and this is the slopes derived from the DEM, and the watershed and drainage network patterns for the entire state. And these are the layers for this making this identifying the suitable ecotourism sites. This is the settlement locations, and this is the road network, and these are the already we have the data from the collected from the tourism department. These information centers where hotels are there, jungle resorts where are there, and there are some Mayur hotels and heritage sites, monuments, museum, and tourism. Based on this data, you can do for the using GIS. You can do the proximity analysis, nearby analysis. From this location to this location, what is the distance? And for example, one particular heritage site is there. For that heritage site, which are the ecosensitive areas is there, and where the water bodies are there, where rivers are there, or where there is landslide areas like that, we can develop tools. And this is the forest area, and these are the layers is very much required for the preparing site suitable for ecotourism development. For example, forest, there are two types are there. One is forest type and canopy density are there, and protected areas are there, and ecosensitive zones layers are there. For integrating all those layers, then we can go for the multi-criteria analysis. One is socio-economics and one is physical environment. See, there are the indicators. Using this, all the layers, you can go for preparing the suitable sites for ecotourism department. And these are the highlights using when the ecotourism sites is prepared, the managing and zoning of ecotourism sites. It will identify the map, biodiversity, hotspots, protected areas, and potential ecotourism zones using satellite imageries, and it helps land use planning and so on, and conservation and environmental monitoring, and sustainable infrastructure planning, and enhance visitor experience and safety, community participation and awareness, and policy and decision support system. And there are two case studies. It has been done in the site suitability of tourism development, and one is Neil Chaminda Vithanjay et al. At 2024. He has done one case study for eco-sensitive suitability index. He was given the multiple criteria using this based on these layers. He has based on these layers and run the model. Based on this, he has identified the layers stating that not suitable, less suitable, moderate suitable, and high suitable, and very high suitable. And one more is there. This is the geospatial investigations for site suitability for ecotourism development using AHP and GIS techniques in Uttara Kannada district, Karnataka. This is Harish Naik and so on. They have did this studies, and they have published the paper. And here also they have mentioned this 53 percent of the area is highly suitable for ecotourism, mostly in forest region. Like that, again, they are using this methodology. And apart from this, while developing this site suitable for ecotourism development, challenges and limitations of geospatial technology and ecotourism site selection. Data availability and accuracy. For example, many developing regions lack freely available data. Sometimes it is available, high resolution data is not available, and limited access to high resolution data. If you can download, for example, if you go to the NRS Bhuvan website, you can download 23 meters and 5 meter data. You can freely download. If you go to the Sentinel, you can go to up to 10 meter. You can download. If you go to prior, means there are so many websites are there. If you want to download around 1975 lakh data, that foreign satellites are there. There you can download and you can georeference. I can use for this change analysis how it has been how it has been changes during particular areas, like that you can do for 10 years. You can do 5 years. You can do like that you can do. And outdated and incomplete data. For example, if you use the old data, if you not available new data, means that new information you cannot available in that particular area, so that you can use only the outdated data, so it will impact your result. And high initial cost and geospatial technology. There are expensive softwares are there. Now with open source software also is there. And for this you can use the required skill professionals, technical expertise, and train people. And identification of potential ecotourism sites based on the scientific and spatial analysis, development of geospatial web portal and dashboard for decision making, model framework for ecotourism sites, and expected outcomes. And for this year, now apart from this, now that new technologies are there, integration of big data and IoTs, real-time monitoring using sensor network, drones and crowdsourced data will improve ecotourism site management and improve remote sensing capabilities. For example, advanced high-resolution satellite images are there, hyperspectral images are there, which enhance the environmental impact assessment, expansion of open source and GIS and cloud computing. Open source tools like QGIS is there. I can install instead of this thing. You can go to the QGIS. These are freely available. You can install, and Google Earth you can install. You can do the analysis. And climate and resilience planning, all-driven climate risk assessment will help protect ecotourism sites for environmental threat like deforestation and extremely weather. Apart from that, this is that how we can go for geospatial technology for site suitability for ecotourism development. Apart from that, we have Karnataka GIS portal, kgis.ksr.in/Karnataka GIS, wherein you can just log into that. You can see all the layers, which are the layers are there, almost more than 500 layers are there. Apart from the administrative layers, all the natural resource layers, water street boundaries layers are there, and all the asset layers are there. And there also you can select up to admin hierarchy wise, district to up to village level you can select, and some applications are there, and you can see. And we have developed so many mobile applications. There one nearby application is there, wherein you can sitting here you can see nearby hospital, nearby schools, nearby college level. Once this ecotourism is developed, and that using the mobile applications, and that will provide to public, they need not to go to the site. Here they can sit and they can see that, I want to go to Udupi, means where there is ecotourism site is there. From here they can see what is the distance, what is the facilities available. Like that we can do that. Apart from that, we have developed the Dishang. You might have heard that Dishang, this mobile application Dishang is there. You can sitting here, you can see that you are putting this information. You can see what is your land, what is the extent, what is the survey numbers, all those things you can do. And in the nutshell, geospatial technology is there, remote sensing technology, GPS are there, and going forward, how we can best we can utilize for the identification or monitoring or management of ecotourism development in the Karnataka state. Thank you.
Any questions? He has covered this very vast area of experience he has got. So it is a multidisciplinary science, okay? Those all layers, what he told, no? It is a team of different scientists working on different areas. Then they integrate into a model. They use the different softwares to process the data. So as you know, there is a map is worth of 1,000 words. So to convince any administrators or decision makers or planners, so you have to put in a nutshell. So visualizing them in front, putting maps in front of them, easy to convince. Okay, and change detection studies is told. Even though most of people told that the environment will be degraded and other things. So after 1 year, after 6 months, we can have a study what is happening based on your tourism, either whether it is affecting the site or whether it is as it is from the original condition. So these satellites cannot lie. Okay, other people can give a wrong report, but it is imaginary. The images are there, and whatever is there, only we have to process in the data. So, any questions? Okay, please. So open access softwares are some are complicated, okay? So they need some trained person.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm a caller from Central Karnataka. My question is very basic. Like, I'm back to ask, is there any website, mobile app, very basic, how to use this GIS? Is there any?
Madam, these online courses are there, but open source also is there. If you want any help, you can just drop into our office. We can basically 1 week or like that we can train you how the GIS can be used, how to create the layers for your basic studies. Students are.
Is there any or anything like where to go?
No, here for your head of the department, you can send a letter stating that 4 or 5 people, students are there, means that project they are coming. No, the students are regularly coming. Like that you can come. And the second option is there. We are also providing capacity building trainings. We are in the process. We are giving that time schedule and publishing the website. Apart from that, NRSA is there and IRS Dehradun is there. NRSA they are giving the 1 month, 10 days specific courses they are giving. NRSA is there. NRSA is there. They are giving 6 months like that. If you go to this IRS Dehradun, just you go to the website, there are 1 week, 2 week, 3 months like that courses are there. The IRS Dehradun. And if you want specifically something you want, you just drop in beside our office is there. You can come and discuss anytime.
Okay, thank you, sir.
If no more questions are there, I just congratulate Dr. Salim Sheikh for giving an excellent talk on GIS technologies for ecotourism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to thank Dr. Salim Sheikh, sir, and Dr. Chandrakant Lingdal, sir, for taking this session and chairing the session. Thank you very much once again on behalf of KSTS. I request both of you to take a moment on behalf of KSTA. Now we will have 45 minutes lunch break. After that we will assemble here for the sessions. So we have 3 more sessions today post lunch. Please join with us at the earliest. Okay. Thank you. Please take care of your mobile phones and purses. Thank you.
Hegde. So while interacting with sir, I found out that he is somewhat unique person because he has studied in IIT, then in JNU, then he has taken a what he call different path to journalism. So in that time, I think if you have a alumnus of IIT, it is something like a great thing, right? Even now IIT is a prestigious thing. So it is, I really appreciate sir for what you call carrying forward his passion instead of going by the name of the institute or the the status symbol. So that is a unique thing I think all the youngsters can copy, and if you can follow your passion, always there will be success. So he served as a teacher, professor in Nainital University, and then he was, I think, I heard from him that he is the longest serving columnist in the country because he is doing a science column for Prajavani, which is published by the prestigious Deccan Herald Group. He has won many awards in journalism and science communication and literature. KSTA has given him the Lifetime Achievement Award for Science Communication in 2022. He is honored with the TSR Award and Rajyotsava Award given by Government of Karnataka. Many of his writings in Kannada have become textbook lessons in many universities. And today, I think he is going to speak about a tour of tourism, right? A path to positive change. So, on behalf of KSTA, I welcome Professor Nagesh Hegde to take the session, please.
Thank you, Dr. Biju. That's a pleasant sight. So many youngsters, new listeners are coming in. Okay. So this one, this front. Yeah. I'll promise you one thing unique for all of you. I'm going to put you to sleep during my lecture. Okay? And for those unfortunate people who could not sleep, there is going to be a trick at the end. Now, I suppose quite a few of you can understand Kannada. How can one put you to sleep? By telling you story, right? When you were a toddler, your ma or grandma used to tell you pleasant stories so that you can go off to sleep. And my slides are going to be stories. Stories, not just fiction, but actual stories. So it's up to you whether to fall off to sleep or not. Another one, I've been given a communication award by this very institute. I want you to be communicators, whether you become a tourism expert or tourism executive or tourism scientist or ecologist, whatever. But at least you are going to be a communicator. Tell about wherever you go to a tourist place, you come back and tell about that, right? Assume that you are in a tourist place now. When you go home or when you meet friends, you should be able to tell something about tourism. How best can you tell? My slides are going to be giving you a faint lesson how not to give a PPT presentation. There won't be any long lectures. There will not be any 200, 300 words, notes, continuous. I am not going to read the same thing again and again. There will not be a composite picture at all. All of them will put you to sleep. But I take another way of putting you to sleep. That's by telling a story. Now, this is not the actual title of my lecture. My title would be, this is my title. Note that I am not reading it again. You all are capable of reading. That's why I remain silent. Right? Oh, by this time you have learned how many varieties of tourism are there. By the way, can somebody give me the best example of sports tourism? Yeah, but little localized examples. Yeah, there are many. Yeah. Yeah? In a way, yes. I'll give you an example in case you need. Dark tourism. Okay, there's something new. What is missing in this? Have you heard of this? The last one? Anyway, I can give you. So these are the ones. Some more, health tourism. I want you to think about different other varieties of tourism. You know, Bangalore has become the capital of health tourism in this part of Asia. Very, very, you must go and see some of those major Columbia hospitals and all. Just nothing short of a tourist place. You wish you were a patient to go to that place. Yeah. Have you heard of this? Agri-tourism? Yes, some mentions were made in the earlier. Any more? Wine tourism. Oh, yeah. What's that? Have you heard of this? Astro-tourism? I'll give you an example. Hanle village in Ladakh. An observatory is set up. The whole village is converted into tourist spot. People are standing, rather waiting there in queue to go there and watch the astral spectacles, the star gazing. You can trace any star of your favorite one, and you can just study about that. You can look into these observatories and say, why has it been chosen? Because elsewhere all over the country we have what is called light pollution. You look up in Bangalore, you just see just faint haze. You can't see stars. Wherever we have light, we have stolen the starlight. So it is, you have to go and up to Ladakh to see a very clear sky. Anything? Still one more is missing. What beautiful. Maybe I may not be alive, but you will be alive, maybe of my age, when you go there, going around watching all the interesting things out in the space. Now I'll tell you the story. This giraffe was murdered right in front of hundreds of teenagers, was cut into pieces, fed to lion, just to attract tourists. Okay? Very young and very powerful, nice one. It was given kind of an injection when it fell down, and then it was cut into pieces. I don't want to show you the pieces later on, but it was fed to the lions there, just to ensure that the Copenhagen Museum or zoo could earn more money, could attract more tourists. What did they do? But that's not the real reason, of course. This Marius, hardly 18 months old, very powerful, very young and very good breed, but they decided to kill because too many giraffes were there of the same breed. They can't mix it with other ones. There could be inbreeding if he becomes all the more powerful and he becomes alpha male. But that was one pretext. That was the scientific reason given to butcher that. The reason is, yes, they could have done it privately, isn't it? But they thought they would encash. They would make the Copenhagen Museum very famous. For 6 months they have been publicizing, they have been getting condemnation letters, threats, would kill you, we would buy that giraffe, why don't kill that? All that debate was going on and on. The larger the debate, the more number of people would throng to the TV. You know, TV, after all, you have got to earn money, right? They earned money from TV companies because they were earning money by giving advertisements. So many more viewership, TRP has gone up whenever they showed this giraffe. For nearly 3 months, they were showing this giraffe. Endless debates were going on. So the entire attention of the whole European region was focused on this unfortunate, very nicely behaved, charming giraffe, Marius. They killed it. Let me go to the next one. There was a black rhino hunting contest. Hunting, what they call auctioning. They say, yes, we are permitting you, whosoever pays the highest amount of in dollars, he will be given permission to hunt this. Which is that black rhino is an endangered species. Hardly all over Africa, hardly 2,600 animals are left. Among that, this black rhino, this very particular variety, had hardly 6 of them were there. They wanted to hunt down one. Because, and that gentleman there, that Dallas Safari Club purchased that auction. They paid highest amount of money. So they could, and this country, Namibia, didn't have enough money to run the zoos around, run the ecological regions. They wanted money, so they wanted to sacrifice one, black rhino. That too, the rare ones. The rare ones is being hunted or killed because, yeah, that would raise anger among the people, make people angry, and you start selling your tickets. That's the technique. It's called kill tourism. This Cecil the lion, very endearing lion. Everybody, whoever goes to Zimbabwe, would certainly make it a point to see that lion. Such a gentle, majestic, with huge golden mane all around him. And they decided to kill it, hunt it down. That too, that hunting sports, especially the person who got permission, he would go on a helicopter and just chase that lion wherever it goes, follow it, at last shoot it down with his arrow, poison arrow. They did that. Here also the same case, raging, all global raging about this. How are you? How can you be so merciless? Such a popular lion, the only one of that majesty. They shot it down. You can see the bow also there with poisonous arrows. Head hunting, trophy hunting. You have heard about trophy hunting? Britishers used to do that same thing. That again is to ensure the continuous running of the zoological park in Namibia. They earned money enough to run the, anyway, this dark tourism. Have you heard of that? Anything that's sad, pathetic, anything that evokes your empathy, feels you sad, you want to go there and see again and again. There's so many spots. Auschwitz concentration camp in Poland, not only Poland, in Germany also, Chernobyl. Ground Zero in New York. You know what is Ground Zero about? Who knows? Yeah. World Trade Center tower was destroyed by an Islamic terrorist. This is attracting more tourists than that World Twin Tower it was. Nobody at that time, nobody bothered to go and see, because all around you had so many multi-story skyscrapers, but they decided that, yes. And then beautiful architecture. In the evening it would just, some kind of a light would go up, skylight, the ground light becoming skylight. Interesting thing, all those debris that fell down, you know where has it gone? nobody wanted to accept those pieces, destroyed debris. Nobody in New York or nobody in any of those 48, 49 states, because they have a thing called NIMBY, not in my backyard, NIMBY. Anything polluting thing, not in my backyard. Any dumping, poisonous dumping, no. Any radioactive material, not in my backyard. That's a movement. That backyard could be, in this case, here, campus. Nobody would like anything to be thrown here. Or it could be Bangalore itself, or it could be Kolar. No, we recklessly keep dumping things around in the neighboring districts, whether it's Kolar, Tumkur, Ramnagar. You go there, and if they had that kind of a movement, not in my backyard, keep off. This had happened there because that 98-story building collapsed. All of them contained 30-year-old, asbestos, mercury, cadmium, all those poisonous things fell down. If you remember, even the police dog had a mask while going and looking for the dead people there. So toxic it was. Many other countries also refused. You know which country accepted all that debris? Very precious metals. Iron and steel and aluminum apart, copper and vanadium, all those things came to India. 980 tons of that thing we accepted. If you don't want any junk, here, give it to me. We accepted that. Anyway, so this is one of those dark tourism. And this one, of course, you know about the Jews. What is it called? That entire episode, 5 years of reckless killing, merciless destruction of human beings. These are the toilets meant for those prisoners. They were supposed to sit there. Within only 10 minutes you have to defecate and go. And yes, this is the rail which would carry either the dead body at one side and the live body on the other side. Even there were poisonous chambers within those rail compartments. They would put the exhaust pipe into the train compartment so that all the people become emancipated, already weak and they're about to die. Why should they spend the bullets or other things? They would die naturally. And this is another Condao prison in Vietnam. These are dark tourism spots. Hundreds of thousands of people go there to visit. And this prison, you can see the prison cells down there. This is where the Americans were being tortured. Those American soldiers who wanted to attack Vietnam. You know, Vietnam was the longest running war for nearly 24 years. The tiny little country, such a massive power like the US, was trying to attack and decimate the whole country, and then they were being trapped. More interestingly, Vietnam, this of course you know, Japan, Hiroshima. How many people died? Any idea? No. 120,000 people. Anyway, this is our own Jallianwala Bagh. You know about that. It has become whoever goes to Amritsar, they certainly, after seeing the Golden Temple, they would go to Jallianwala Bagh to see that. More people go to see this. They would count exactly the number of bullets that are lying there. Yes, this is coming back to Vietnam again. Kuchi Tunnel. Kuchi Tunnel is a long tunnel, underground tunnel, crisscrossing here and there. It is to escape. The Viet Congs would guerrilla journalism, guerrilla warfare. I keep telling guerrilla journalism. There's a thing called guerrilla journalism. I'll tell you a little later maybe what it is. Guerrilla warfare, because Vietnam people, poor people, they did not have that many sophisticated weapons in there. What they could do is hide inside the bush, hide inside the tunnel. Suddenly, surprisingly, they just decimate the enemy troops. So it would go and so up 200 kilometers of that. And sometimes had booby traps. You just start, the American soldiers would run through the forest. Suddenly the whole forest floor would collapse down and there are thorns. There are very sharp spikes there. It's a very torturous thing. Now, if this is the Vietnamese memorial of those days, what was the American memorial of Vietnam? This is it. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Here is the American memorial. It's in Washington. On the one side you have the Washington Memorial, that tall sculpture. On the other side you have the Lincoln Memorial. In between you have this. It's a very sharp thing, as if you have taken a spade and cut the piece of that flat land and made it. One young lady, Japanese lady, Maya Lin, won the competition. There was a competition. Who would give us the best design for this memorial? She did that. And yes, it won it. It goes down as you go down, down, down deep. This wall, sorry. Oh yeah, now I learned it. This wall is a granite wall, shining granite. See, as you go down, all this is the soldiers who have died there, who have died in Vietnam. How many? 62,000. What was their average age? 19 years. From 16 years to 19 years, they all laid down their life for a silly cause, for a political cause, to destroy one small tiny country. So they wanted to raise that memorial. It is a very interesting thing.
Brilliant, I think, in creating a public space and yet tremendous intimacy. We can feel those names inscribed. And the act of reading is to come close, to internalize those names. Maya Lin's Vietnam Memorial is one of the most successful memorials in the nation.
And apparently one of the most visited monuments in Washington, D.C. In an article that was published much later, writing about her ideas for the monument, Maya Lin said it would be an interface between our world and the quieter, darker, more peaceful world beyond. I chose black granite in order to make the surface reflective and peaceful. I never looked at the memorial as a wall, an object, but as an edge to the earth, an opened side. The mirrored effect would double the size of the park, creating two worlds, one we are part of and one we cannot enter.
But even that black granite created controversy. She also talked about how she couldn't expect granite that came from Canada or from Sweden, two countries that had really good quality black granite, because there was too much political baggage, because draft dodgers had gone to both of those countries.
And one opponent of her design said, one needs no artistic education to see this memorial design for what it is, a black scar in a hole, hidden as if out of shame. Now, this is very different than what mine.
Brilliant, I think, in creating a public.
Yeah, this is it. And when you go down, 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 of reading, bigger slabs, full of names, 58,000 names. They are not written in alphabetical order. Tell me why? Suppose John continuously for nearly 6-8 meters, only Johns would come. No, they put it randomly, but they have a very, very intricate, logistically handbook. If my brother's name was, say, Herbert, I could just trace him where, which column. People every day come there to just remember that day. How youngsters are done. And when you come up again on top, you automatically come to this place where there are 3 statues are erected. One is that of, war doesn't involve only the soldiers. It involves truck drivers, cooks and ambulance drivers and all. They also have led their life. So my guide stopped me at that place. He said, see, we have not even ignored that. Then I stopped. No, you should have erected one more statue, I told. Why? I told these granites, they did not come from Canada or Sweden. They came from India. In India, they came from Karnataka, came from Chamarajnagar granite mines. And I explained to them how beautiful it was before you people came there. How slowly you have excavated that area, how you have converted that entire area into almost like a war field. Okay? And then how many people have laid down their life. They had diseases, they had all kinds of physical disabilities. So many dynamites were exposed there. They were not given proper food or shelter to make those, and there were almost all kinds of human rights were buried in those granite mines. And you don't have one little tear left for you to shed on them? I asked. They were shocked actually. And then they should have had a kind of a statue like this. No? They did not. That is America. Now come to dark tourism here. Chernobyl. How many do you remember? How many of you remember what had happened in Chernobyl? No, you are not, most of you are not born in those days. We were there. Yes, a brand new nuclear reactor. It was brand new. As if you have a new car, you wanted to drive it fast, you wanted to show how far it can go, you wanted to just test how, can it also run without headlight? Yeah, just switch off the red light. Can it run without steering? Yeah, remove the steering also. Can it run without brakes? You try to. And they did it, show, whole thing got. So much of radioactive materials shot up onto the sky, it spread all around. There was a town called Pripyat. Nearly 55,000 people were living there, very comfortable living. All of them are scientists, technologists, and their assistants. They knew that something blew up. They were not informed. When the European nuclear reactor had that alarm in that thing, the cloud contained, the air contained nuclear radioactive material, and there almost nearly 24 European nuclear reactors started giving out alarm. Some kind of radiation is coming. Then they checked. Then they realized that yes, after about 18 hours, the Soviet people were told, do something. Then they started evacuating people there. And meanwhile, of course, so many materials were being tried to dump on that. It was almost like a furnace. It was burning. They wanted to put water. The water would become almost steam by the time it reached there. They wanted to pour cement. They wanted to pour tar and sand, mitti, whatever. And you can't carry it on a helicopter, such a huge quantity. They could not do it. Anyway, but the entire town there is now a barren area. All these vehicles were used. The tankers, military tankers, helicopters, they all have become highly contaminated, radioactive things. They can't use it anywhere. So this place has become a tourist place now, although people are not permitted to go inside. And the adventures of the scientists and technologists are so huge. At last they wanted to put a cover on the dome. They can't go anywhere near. So designed a huge cover, like our own Vidhansoda kind of a dome. 3 kilometers away, they laid a railway track, slowly they pushed it and put it down on that. And then slowly, now you can with all wearing all kinds of safety gears, you can just walk through that area. Only you are given 20 minutes or sometimes even 10 minutes only, and you are brought back. So hundreds of thousands of people, mostly Europeans, they want to go and see that. Some of those buildings contain jackals are roaming around, and the frogs with 3 legs, all decimated, all deformed because of excessive radiation. People want to study. Even scientists also want to study that. Now, there are so many places in the world where you have massive mass killing. So dark tourism is a very important asset for any country. Why? Etc. What kind of a heritage? Heritage for us to learn something new. Do any of you know the history of Bhopal? Yeah? On the first day, 3,000 people died, early morning, 1984. Chernobyl had happened after 2 years, 1986. Then they realized it's not only people, all the cattle have died, all the cats have died, all the dogs have died, rats also have died. Probably only the cockroaches did not die, probably. They are quite capable of. Second day it rose to 8,000, third day 12,000, 14th, by the end of 10th day, the figure reached 28,000 people. And there was immediately a committee was set up. Of course, the person who is in charge is allowed to go, fly away to his mother country. And a scientific committee was constituted with the sole purpose of keeping the death number low so that people should not come. I'm not saying it just like that. Professor Madhav Gadgil, an ecologist, has come up with his autobiography recently. He was one of the members of the committee. The sole purpose of the committee was to keep the death number low. People knew. And then, what all things? This is the third generation. Third generation people are also being born with birth defects. Fourth generation also. Have they been given compensation? No. Have they been given proper medical facilities? No. Any proper rehabilitation of the people there? No. That's India. Yes, we have how many times? We have one category, World Tourism Day. We have another category, Pravasi Bharat Divas. We have third category, National Tourism Day, etc., etc. And we are still, and our highest emphasis is to make our own diaspora come back to India as tourists. That's why January 9th of the day, Pravasi Bharatiya Divas, to attract. That is the day when Mahatma Gandhi started from South Africa to come to India to settle here, 1915. So now you want other people to come to our country with their money. You want doctors to come back, you want electrical experts, you want industrial experts to come back, you want Coca-Cola people to come back, you want construction experts to come back, you want money lenders to come back, you want, yes, techies to come back, you want rocket experts to come, you want all kinds of machines. All the money you want back to our country. So that I don't have to say what is the reason. You need dollars, okay? Now, remember this. I'll tell you something about our country, ecosystem, what all will happen to our ecosystem. People come to see how dirty and filthy it is. People come to see how many beggars are there. People come to see the snake charmer, the jadugar, magicians. They come here. People want to see how these people are surviving in this 21st century. And people want to come to see this inequality and squalor. Highest number of people who come to Bombay, they come to see this. What is it called? Dharavai. Densest place on this planet Earth. Yeah, we have slightly improved a lot. But I'll show you the next one. Yeah, India ranking in different aspects. Suddenly it might look very complicated. I'll show you something very simple. In terms of cultural resources and business travel, our world rank is quite high. We are ninth as far as cultural resources are concerned. We are very rich in that. In terms of safety and security, our ranking is this one. Out of 180 countries, we are quite below as far as safety is concerned. Price competitiveness, yes, we are quite cheap. It's not at all that expensive. What's our rank? 10. Okay? Now, environmental sustainability. The whole conference is about environmental sustainability, ecotourism. What's our ranking there? Out of 180, we have 134 ranking. Okay? When it comes to environmental awareness, out of 180, we were at 180th number. It's slightly fluctuate. It can't go further down, right? Right now we are in the 176th rank, environmental awareness is concerned. Anyway, what is the next indicator? Tourist service and infrastructure. Infrastructure is pretty bad. 110. So this is our glance, and we are making all these people rich, right? All these. You heard that one of the richest weddings had taken place in our country, where a small little aerodrome is converted into international aerodrome, when golds and silver ornaments are weighed in kilos. Where did the money go? About 1,250 crore rupees? Did it percolate downward? If an ordinary shadi happens nearby, yes, they might spend something like, say, 30 lakh rupees. We can assume that it has percolated. Some people, some cooks have become quite, they have earned a little thing. Mantap banane wale ko thoda paisa milega. Ghoda sawari wale ko thoda paisa milega. Those who make pandal and they get money, so it reaches. Here, if you spend 1,250 crore rupees, where does that money float? It floats to airline people, it for 5-star hotels, it goes to tourists and luxury tourists, and that it remains there. You make rich people more rich. That is what is happening. That's where our entire tourism industry is operating. Now you see. Oh, I have so little time now. Yeah, this is, you know, tableaus were taken out in Thailand, in Indonesia, in Java, in few countries in Africa, saying that please come for this one. Advertisement and publicity in other countries also. That's the reason. I'll give you a quick Mexican example, what had happened there. 3 decades ago, it was a beautiful natural beach. Now, They have vanished. Nobody knows where have they gone. There was an international report. Nice beaches. Yeah, that reminds me, sex tourism. I shouldn't give. I was nearly imprisoned. A contingent of 3,000 people marched in Karwar, in Kumta street, saying that put him behind bars, because a port was being planned in the tip of Agnashini River, Tadadi port. And I wrote simply what happens if an ordinary village becomes a massive, big industrial port. What all can happen. I gave 10 different reasons. How it becomes a major trading. You have to lay down railroads, you have to lay down double roads, you have to have built new bridges, you have to encroach upon the local people's fishermen's beach, 5 kilometers this side, they all lose their livelihood and they will just disappear wherever. And then I also gave 4 different ports in the world, most notorious for sex trade. And some of them are, right now we know how many, which are the cities in the world which are most important for sex trade. People go in those, Bangkok for example, go there just to have fun that way. See, from Europe, they go to Mediterranean, they go to West Indies Islands, they go to African area, they go to Bali, Thailand, Indonesia, in those areas. They come from, Japanese also come. There are a couple of very notorious ports in Russia also. If the ship is going, then they, oh, we are just 300 kilometers from Odisha, let's go there and have enjoy. You know, these sailors are always hungry for, they got food and everything else. They are hungry for something else. The moment they land in a port, given the first opportunity, they go around hunting for that. And what happens, the fisherwomen, they are always, men are there out in fishing, in their boats. Sometimes they don't come back for 3-4 days, for sometimes weeks also. The women will have to manage their economy, households. Aji is there, daughter is there, granddaughter, school children are there. They have to feed them. They are desperate. Not that all of them become prostitutes, but they become the victims of these sex hunters. There are examples. That's all I have written. And those who are for modern port, they took out procession against me. Look, he has insulted. Our women are not prostitutes. They are not for sale. They went there. So many things happen. So be careful if you want to become a journalist. Better tell. Oh, no, let me not. What happened here? Lack of control. It is happening elsewhere, all over, in our own ecosystem, a tourist boom. Way back in Bangalore, they wanted to have, what was that? Film festival? No, fashion show. ABC, Amitabh Bachchan company, had set up a company just to organize this fashion show. Beauty contest. Bangalore was chosen as a boom. And 3-4 different organizations took out procession in Bangalore protesting that kind of a thing. Don't bring in that kind of a beauty contest. We are all beautiful, we know. You don't have to come and bring all those beauty speeches to our place. Spanish government did something. They also initiated bungi jumping. In order to attract the tourists, for example, bungi jumping, canoeing, surfing, speedboating, rock climbing, hang gliding, all this is happening in Kali River, in Tungabhadra, parts of Tungabhadra, and Aghanashini also, all those which were really pristine places have become real tourist hell. You have to take control. Take the example of Zimbabwe or Nepal. Excess tourism, emphasis on tourism without proper infrastructure. What happens in this? Only less than 5% of the total income goes to the local people. The remaining money goes to the other countries, the organizers. Anyway, coming back to this we know, whatever is happening. Remember again that we are coming to the near end of it. If you are still awake, those unfortunate people can answer these questions. Let's see, there's no prizes. Okay? I just want to say, if you give a good answer, you will get is a good clap by others. Who can answer this? Yes. Give her a clap, please. Correct. Yeah, somebody said 39. Who said it? Correct. Okay, one more set of claps. Okay. Yes, correct. Too many claps, too many right answers. Two more questions. Now this is difficult. I knew I am going to ask this question, so I mentioned that village 3 times. Yeah, something quite near. Okay, it's Hanley village. Hanley village. Anyway, this is the last question. Yeah, correct. What all would you plan there? If you really want to teach something to this generation, younger generation, or the coming generation, what could be the kind of museum items that we keep there? In fact, I went there. They did not permit. But there was also a mechanism. If I pay a few 5 rupees or so, they would take me to that wall. There's a hole there, small. It made me go into that. It's an interesting example. So that is it. I took 5 minutes extra. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Ramesh.
Nagesh Hegde. I think we can have a couple of questions. It was very inspiring lecture, thought-provoking lecture.
And a lecture where you don't have long notes, except one slide. And that's why I'm telling you, many of you could become very good communicators. You must become. You have different talents. You can speak better than me, but you can draw better than me. You could sing better than me. You could do drama better than me. Use those talents to talk about the issues of the day, because the most important asset that you have is your attention. The whole world wants to draw your attention. Listen to me, see me, listen to me, hear me, see me. Try to come in, you become an expert, it's an asset. So how best you can present, you can try to improve. And I don't say mine is the best one, but then slight improvement over other kinds of PPT presentation. Okay? Should have minimum number of text, stories behind each one, that could be. Anyway, thank you, Dr. Balan. Please continue. Biju.
Questions would be welcome. You're all tourism students? Yes. So you might have got a lot of thought-provoking ideas. So you can ask sir about, because he has a vast experience in science communication and science writing.
Why don't you ask a question, sir? Or Sri Umesh can also ask a question. You can just It's always like the first question is little hard to come by. Second and third questions come automatically. Why don't you ask second or third question? Forget about the first question.
Sir, one question. Like in heritage tourism and religious tourism,
Yeah.
I think we are destroying that heritage and
All tourisms are like
environment,
that.
right?
You know what? Suppose there is an amazingly beautiful, powerful Ayurveda Pandit. He gives excellent medicine to cancer, asthma. Okay, his sphere of influence is great in that area. Now suddenly you give him a state level publicity. 2,000 people go there. He doesn't have that much of medicine. He can't pay attention. You destroy him altogether. Okay? So a certain sphere of influence should be left as it is there. You recreate that kind of a scene in case elsewhere, which is safer place. You don't have to create joke falls. You don't have to take people there to joke falls. There are beautiful mechanisms here to give that experience here. Technology should be to the aid of preserving the place and giving you the equal facilities wherever you are.
Tourism areas,
Yeah.
did the present generation felt bad about what the previous people have done, especially in, I think you showed that Germany
Yeah.
incident. Do you have any reporting like that?
But wherever I went as a tourist, I felt bad and pathetic about the condition there in India. Elsewhere, yes, I went to Thailand, I went to the United States had taken me as its guest. So it has shown all the tourist places. And similarly in Switzerland. What we have to learn is the way they preserve that cleanliness and sanctity and purity of that place. We don't pick up that one at all. We go to Singapore, we are also have to have a butterfly park here. All other things are left there in Singapore. We bring only the butterfly park here. That decency, the time keeping sense of time, the way they treat people, the way they discourage you from throwing things here and there, all those things. And how the textbook things are beautifully presented. Sometimes you go to that area, it's equivalent to attending 10 different botanical classes. You learn so much. That kind of things we leave there only, we just bring that park here. That won't work. Sorry,
Yes,
one
please.
question. Repeat that question, please.
Sir, my question is, we all do emphasize on tourism.
Yeah.
But what is actually tourism? Why do we need it?
Yes, tourism has become a money earning thing. Why do you go to Agra? When Shah Jahan built Agra, he never thought that, next generation would earn so much money. He never thought of it. It was a symbol of his love to Mumtaz Mahal, and it was a kind of he had plenty of money. He wanted to give it to miners, he wanted to give it to laborers, he wanted to give it to architects, artists, etc., etc. That's one way of spending that money. That is symbolic of energizing the entire society. That purpose is over there. Here, what you can do is, similarly, can we do something for the posterity? Basic thing is that nobody tells us how to live our culture, how to preserve our culture. It has become as if making things dirty, making forest dirty, making the river dirty has become thing. Right from the beginning, our childhood only, our parents should have taught, or somewhere in the school they should have taught us how to behave properly. Here, what happens? We keep our house clean, our veranda slightly clean. Our next, that is garbage, garbage and garbage. If you go to Sweden or if you go to Switzerland, any European country, your house is clean, your veranda is equally clean, the channel next to is equally clean, the road next to is equally clean, and the hillock next is equally clean. You assume that you are part of the universe. We give it only in mantra, Aham Brahmasmi, all universe is. But the whole thing is dirty. Now we have initiated a place here in Karnataka, in Bangalore, a place where they could teach tourism to tourists, how to behave there. But that initiative itself has become very pathetic. That's a different story. But then a basic 15 minutes training to the people before entering to, say, Pilikula. 15 minutes, just 15, how you should behave there. Nobody tells, the moment you get down from the bus, you just start rushing to the most attractive place without paying any attention. That culture should go. Tourism has this tremendous potential of preserving your heritage as well as earning money at the local people. This morning also one speaker was telling about how local people don't earn anything at all. It's the taxi wallahs, it's the hotel wallahs, it's the airport wallahs, they take away all the big chunk. So if you can find a mechanism where the benefit, larger benefit goes to the local people, they become the guardians of that space. Now they are all enemies of that place. They hate that place because people आ जाते हैं, पैसा बनाते हैं, चले जाते हैं हमको. So make them friends. Then it's possible that you attain all your aims and goals of actual tourism.
Of tourism and future of planet is in your hand. Yeah. Because when I look back 30 years back when I visited one of the nice places in Karnataka, this Darbasthala and Subramanya, the memory I have is the Subramanya temple in the midst of a forest. So very recently when I visited, I couldn't find a trace of forest in that Subramanya. I was really astonished to find that because there is a Central Plantation Crops Research Institute stationed in Subramanya where I also worked for a short time. At that time, that stretch was what it calls a hardcore forest area. But now there is no forest in that sect. So for whatever developmental means or tourism, whatever you call, so such type of destruction should be prevented, and it is you people should be the what you call, you should advise your government, you should advise when you become the policy makers, you should take action against the destruction. There should be a sustainability in that. So I wish all of you will try for that because it is needed for your future, not for my future. Okay. So thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request our CEO, Dr. E.M. Ramesh sir, to hand over a memento to our speaker, Dr. Nagesh Hegde sir and Dr. Biju Dharmapalan sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Fashion, then Gap, then Lifestyle Fashion, which is Max is the brand name, Wrangler, Levi Strauss, and Retail, Reliance Retail. His current focus is on empowering rural communities. In the previous talk, we were talking about the bad side of tourism. Now it's a time to reverse the coin. So here we have Mr. Maltesh, who is going to talk on sustainable rural ecosystem, how to build along with tourism. So his focus would be on farm to fork e-commerce, then sustainable agriculture and millet production, cultivation and marketing the products. And the most important impressive thing is his focus would be on artisans development and sustainable tourism of the local farmers. So over to you, Mr. Maltesh.
Thank you, Vinay sir, for your kind introduction. I'll just take you through my presentation. half an hour. Please.
Second one pass, sir. Second one pass front, back. Ulta.
ಇದು ಫ್ರಂಟ್
Ulta.
Namaste. I firstly would like to thank KSTA and all the team members for providing this opportunity to deliver my thoughts and work here. And it's a great pleasure for me to present this for the young generation who is looking up on working on the ecotourism space. So basically, as Mr. Vinay sir introduced, I'm a textile engineer, but I work for textile related retail and brand environment for last 18 years. And then I've shifted my focus towards the rural empowerment and rural entrepreneurship. So it's been last 5 years I'm working with a lot of farmers across our Karnataka and few parts of Andhra and Tamil Nadu also. So with this, I would like to start my presentation. So if you see, the entire slide 1 represents a lot of different communities around the rural this thing. It could be farmer, it could be artisans, it could be weaver, it could be printer, it could be carpentry, and many such things. So our journey somehow took us to Bangalore, and we have been working here for last 2 decades. But somewhere our hearts were still left in our natives. So there were 2 intents. One is like somehow we need to go back to our natives, and whenever we used to go to our natives, we used to have that feeling we need to do something about it. We need to do something about it. So all that dots connected together, we have taken few initiatives. I'll just quickly take you around that. So we thought it's not 1 day or 1 week or 1 month's effort. It's been more than a decade or so. Something was going on in the mind, and gradually it took shape from different experiences and things like that. So we have already done few things around the rural sector, but doing sustainable tourism and connecting all the dots, we thought it would make a lot of sense and create rural economy. So this I've already briefed. I've worked for 18 years in industry in different functions, different positions. And now I've shifted my focus on coming up with innovative solutions and driving things sustainably, both in terms of planet and both in terms of also in terms of business. So this is something which I am part of. We have a farm which my distinct brother started in 2003. So last 20 years we are practicing cow-based organic farming in Gadag, And in 2020, during the COVID times, we started a brand called Trench, which is, there are two parts of the brand. One is the ready food products, and another is something we call Family Farmer, where we ensure the produce from the farm is directly delivered to the urban customers. So with this, we have developed a lot of products, and in 2022, we formed a farmer produce organization where we connected around 856 farmers in our native. And then recently we have launched Katte as a sub-brand where it focuses on wellness and medicinal plants. It's a wellness harmony kit and medicinal plants. So we have extensively worked on millets, wherein we have developed millet ready-to-cook range, ready-to-eat range, and gluten-free based baking and all-purpose flour. So keeping millet as a main course, we have developed a lot of solutions. These are something you are saying more suitable to Indian diet, but we are also working on international diets. How a burger or a pizza can have millets as a major ingredients and at the same time give same texture, feel, and this thing. And this is something which I was saying, Katte. This is a wellness product. If you consume this on a daily basis, a lot of your immunity related stuffs would be addressed, and you could cover a lot of bigger lifestyle diseases. You can recover from that. So, and we also developed Moringa based product. We have a lot of products. These are a few examples. This again is a medicinal quality related products which on a daily basis consumption will help you to cure your health and immunity. Then he is one of our partner, my distinct brother. He was an award-winning farmer in national level. He was awarded as the Dharti Mitra from Organic India. So we call him celebrity farmer. He is a big inspiration for all of us. Last 25 years he is doing farming in Gadag. So after completing his automobile engineering, he took a bold decision to continue farming. He's very fascinated farmers. So our journey starts with the farm what Devreddy holds. So here it's a 45 acres of farmland where you can witness almost everything. So we have a food forest, we have a herbal garden, we have permaculture, we have Goshala, we have water management program. Then you can grow veggies, pulses, mangoes, cashews, anything. So in farm, when we are exposing our farm for tourists, they can experience all of this. They can have yoga, they can experience yoga, mud bath, natural walk. There will be a farm shop. You can spend time with cows and things like that. So we have been doing this from last more than 10-15 years. A lot of people, every week there will be a visitor in our farm. We have been doing this from last 15 years, but it was mostly on a personal relationship, or people used to come and ask us and then we used to allow them. Now we are giving a proper structure and doing it very professionally. So our farm is associated next to the forest area which is called Kapatgudda, which the Kapatgudda is known for its rich minerals and herbs. Even mining was taking place a few years back, which against the protest has been restricted now. So we are offering a package wherein one day it will be a farm and farming experience, another day it's a forest and forest trekking and forest exposure. So here it's very different. The package what we have defined is experience farming, experience forest. So it's nothing related to resort or luxury or things like that. If you want to get exposed, if you want to do activities like sowing, harvesting, or de-weeding and things like that, you can do it. Or you can be a observer experience the farm life, and you can go. It's up to the people's involvement who come to the farm and whatever they want to. So one day we'll take to the forest and one day full will be in the farm. So we want to give first-hand exposure to our the urban communities, especially the childrens and the students or parents who want to dirty their hands. They want to experience how the farming happens, because in the journey of last 15-20 years, the wisdom, like today's, it's a strange thing. If we talk to our kids who are like 5 years or 6 years, 8 years now, if you ask them where this food comes from, most of them end up saying this comes from the mall, nearest mall. So they don't know how it reaches to the mall. So that's a strange thing which actually bothers us. So we want to give that opportunities to today's generation to experience that firsthand and break the myth of what is actually not true. So I'll just quickly take you through our farm. Yeah, so what you saw, the hilly area was the forest, and rest of all which is covered was a farm. So here we maintain around 58 native cows. So all the farming is based on the cow urine and cow dung. We don't take out any milk from the cow. It's been practiced like that because we believe cows are for farming, not for human consumption. So most of these are rescued cows in the initial and their babies, calves or things like that. So as I was saying, we are not articulating it for the modern generation need it like a resort. We have one stone building. We have one kutira, what we call, is made of the pillars are from the old coconut tree, which was about to go. It was, again, you can call it like a rescued. Somebody was chopping it and making it a commercial site. So we took those branches and made the traditional cottage. Then we would be offering something like this tent in between the food forest. Like there will be some 5 tents in the teak forest. There will be 5 tents in the cashew plantation. There will be some 5 tents in the mango plantation and things like that. So we want to give the real exposure. Just food would be taken care and your safety would be taken care, and rest is all experience the farm as it is. This is what we have been doing previously. A lot of people come. So you can see yoga happening, you can see mud bath happening. This is what our grandparents used to do. So we are trying to continue that legacy. So the students of Bagalkot Horticulture University came to us for the internship. They were there for 15 days. And a lot of communities. There's one doctor from Germany. So people keep coming from our different parts of the world. So what is about Kapatgudda? Kapatgudda, as I was saying, it is known for its rich herbals and minerals from ages. So what you can experience in Kapatgudda, you can have an early morning trekking, go to the sunrise point. Whatever you see 360 degrees is only Kapatgudda. You can't we call it as a semi-tribe. There is a city nearby which is Gadag, is around 30 kilometers, but it's not dense. The villages are next 5-6 kilometers, you'll find a village. This Kapatgudda, starting from Gadag to Haveri, it's a 70 kilometers range. In that we are in the center point, very close to Sireti. And we have a botanical garden which is called Kapat Maleshwara Daivi Vana. There are around 400 medicinal herbs. Then there is a traditional old temple, Kapat Maleshwara Swami, which is again connected to Sri Shailam. The roots are connected to Sri Shail. Then there is a wildlife sanctuary with around 32.346 hectares. Then there is a Nandivira Mata, which is actually, their focus is to conserve the Kapatgudda forest and the tradition or the legacy of that. So there is a Swamiji called, so he is actually fighting against the government to protect the forest. There is no other activity apart from protecting the forest. So we are planning to take them there and get him introduced. So there's a lot of rich biodiversity which we can experience in Kapatgudda. It is one of the richest area for Karnataka, which we are trying to conserve and promote. So like I was saying, on the 360-degree angle, what you see is all similar to the same landscape. So this is our team. There's a team with a versatile There's a mechanical engineering. There is a commerce guy. There is a what do you say? She's a Nati Vaidya they call. She's like an Ayurvedic doctor. So he's a Panchgavya He's a farmer. He's a wildlife photographer. Like that, our team is mostly dedicated to work and preserve the native farmlands and artisans and farmers. So we have taken this initiative and basically who we are. We are either our parents or grandparents or the farmers or the weavers. So by occupation, by our legacy, we are either the farmers or the weavers, most of the team members. So we are very strongly connected to our countryside. That's what is carrying us. So we want to take that legacy forward. So we are doing the entire initiative to protect the farmers and artisans and take it up to the next generation. So native travel is one such initiative where we are starting with our farmers, and since I've been working with multiple farmers across Karnataka majorly, so it's been more than 5 years. I'm seeing the farmers and the rural artisans since I was part of the textile journey for last 25 plus years. So I've closely worked with a lot of artisans. I know what their struggle is. So with this initiative, we are actually trying to handhold a lot of artisans and farmers and create livelihood. So I'll quickly share what is sustainable tourism and what we are trying to cover. I would like to just present one more video which is of around 2 minutes, which will explain more than what I want to say.
Imagine a journey where every step you take leaves a positive impact on nature, on culture, on communities. Experience native travel. We bring you closer to the land, the people, and the traditions that make rural India extraordinary. Our platform connects conscious travelers with immersive experiences that support local communities while preserving the essence of heritage. Stay on a natural farm where you can learn about organic farming, soil conservation, and the delicate balance of ecosystems. Witness the magic of farm-to-fork cooking, where meals are prepared using fresh, locally sourced ingredients. For nature lovers, ecotourism offers guided trails through lush forests, bird-watching excursions, and conservation experiences. Explore breathtaking landscapes while minimizing your carbon footprint. In the heart of rural communities, rural tourism immerses you in vibrant village life. Walk through historic streets, visit centuries-old temples, and witness age-old traditions firsthand. Our craft tourism experiences bring you closer to India's rich artistic heritage. Join skilled artisans in handloom weaving, pottery making, intricate embroidery, and block printing, learning techniques passed down through generations. Every experience is designed to promote environmental conservation, economic empowerment, and cultural preservation. When you travel with us, you contribute directly to the livelihoods of farmers, artisans, and rural entrepreneurs, ensuring these traditions thrive for generations to come.
Yeah, so this was our initiative where we are bringing agri-tourism, rural tourism, ecotourism, and craft tourism. When I say craft, that will cover a wider spectrum of different artisans, weaver, printer, handicraft, and handmade, a lot of such products. So why this is required? So this is required because, as I was saying earlier, urban has lost this knowledge or wisdom. So a lot of challenges are there. Everybody is busy, everybody's life has become very mechanical. So I think that is one case. And second is market access for the farmers or the artisans has become a challenge. Every farmer or artisan now wants their kids to study and move to the city. Rural places are losing the charm of what it used to be. And the art of pottery making or art of making something artistically is weighing off. It's going. So we want the community, for example, pottery, their next generation also should take pottery as a pride. And they should also have a financial freedom. So this initiative is all to protect their interest. And also sustainability is a very big thing which we will be addressing in the journey. So as I was saying, eco, agri and craft tourism. Agri and rural we have clubbed it currently, but it will eventually it will be a separate this thing. So as a business model, what we foresee and what we are planning. So one is experience booking. So you book a property, you come there for a day or two. For that they have to pay, and major portion of that would go to the farming community or the artisan community. That is one way of revenue, which being there, doing that, what they were doing, they end up getting more. So they don't have to struggle. For example, there's a farmer who to run his show on a daily basis, he would need some 5 or 10 or 15 laborers or daily working farmers. But he manages difficulties to pay them. So because of that struggle, a lot of works in the farms are not happening. But if on a regular basis, if some tourist activities happen, they participate, they pay for their experience, it helps the farmers to pay off that and continue that work. So I have experienced, my heart and soul are still in my farm. So I have experienced this in all my journey. So I think this solution would help and ease them. So second is special event. You can have you will have a mango for 500 rupees a dozen. But you just have a mango, but where that mango comes, how the mango is grown, or how the harvesting is done, before harvesting what all has to be done, how the ripening is happened. So you can give that experience in harvest festival. You can have, for example, we called Bharat Hundi, and we have Shankranti. These are the festivals which are connected to the farmers and their harvest season and a lot of such things. So these experiences can be experienced in the farm. You can celebrate the festival in much better way, and this will also lead to some revenue generation to the farmers. So you will have workshops and educations for students or who are interested to take this as a part-time or a full-time professions that we can create. And Native Shop is our second initiative along with this, wherein farmer producers or artisan producers are directly connected to the customers. If they are going to the farm to stay for a day, there will be a shop wherein they can purchase this farm producers or artisan producers. That is one way, and we have an online platform where if they want to repeat that purchase for next month grocery, or they want to gift somebody something, you can directly purchase that through online, and we will service it to your doorstep. So the target market as per us, our research, is eco-conscious traveler who is very connected or want to know more about the cultural diversity and tradition, who want to do the adventure like trekking and hiking and things like that. And then since as per the research, millennials and Gen Zs are more concerned about sustainable, we see this as a good opportunities both the way for the urban community as the rural community, and we want to bridge that gap. And our major concern is we want to give that first-hand experience to the children who have not experienced the rural life. This I think I have almost covered in my discussion. So what is the market size? So market size, I've tried to classify this. So in the Indian context, ecotourism is growing by 18% CAGR. Rural tourism is almost close to 18%. Then craft tourism is something very niche, but the demand of authentic art and tradition is growing globally. There's no as such figures available right now, but since we are from a textile background and few of them are weavers and artisans, we have first-hand experienced their pain points. So we want to bridge this gap and create that avenue. Like eco or agri-tourism, craft tourism is one not so much touched part of tourism, at least for my knowledge and in Karnataka. So we want to work that and create revenue stream for both the parties. So this is my contact. You can reach us on this, any concerns or anything. We will start taking booking from 15th of March. All the back-end works are happening. As I was saying, all the experience of tour and tourist in our farms is a previous thing. Now we are making it more formal and organized and official. On native.travel is our social media handles. You can connect us on that. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Maltesh, for a wonderful presentation. It's just a reminder for all the participants who are part of this program today. We need to build a classic business model on what you want to do. See, people talk about tourism. If it is not economically viable, you cannot make it sustainable. Please understand, it's not the other way around. You make it sustainable, you require revenue. You require money to generate within the system. And you have to empower the rural people. So, once again, thanks to Mr. Maltesh. Any questions? Please, Bharat.
With Kappatagudda.
Yeah.
A few years back, the Department of Forest has
given a proposal to the government of Karnataka stating that it has to be reserved and because there are a lot of rich minerals and medicinal plants are available, but the government of Karnataka rejected that proposal from the Department of Forest. So whether it is giving any negative effect to the forest area?
See, there are a lot of discussion, disputes continuously with Kapatgudda government and lot other public private sectors which are trying to enter Kapatgudda, but till now, as I said, Nandiviri Mata Swamiji is able to fight against them and conserve it. The battle is still on, but as of now, it's safe and secure.
Okay, but is there any process with respect to the, as the government has denied to announce it as a reserved forest area, but what they are telling, there is a human interference in that. Okay, if it is reserved, then we can easily maintain and protect the rich minerals of the Kapatgudda forest area.
See, human intervention, as far as my knowledge, is very minimal. Only the locals pass by there, or with forest officer or officials consult only some herbal gatherings and all. The local people do with the licenses and all. Apart from that, as far as I know, nothing as such. I don't know about how the news you got, but if you want specific answer, the forest department there or officials can only give, because we are more working towards the farmers. We are a farmers ourselves, so we work in our farm areas only. So we don't connect too much to that policy related thing. Whatever we are doing with respect to the Karnataka state tourism policies, being in that boundaries only, we are trying to curate this ecosystem for everybody.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
If there are no questions, we will conclude. Sir. Any other questions? Or in the offline you can, yes, madam.
The more than a question I did, sir, it's like rather. It was since yesterday I've been hearing all experts and talking about. But being an eco volunteer for many years and as well now experience, one thing I see is right where the regular public doesn't participate in that way. Like it's nice to talk and then do and all, but there's a lot of difference from few years back and now and all. So what I request for all the young students over here is, you should start being part of that activism, right? The more the younger generation, more the public points into it, right? Makers will be put into pressure. He asked about that Kapatgudda, no? Enadu.
Yeah.
He's saying that's a mining, also there is a lot of, so tomorrow fear over or something like that way and all those things. So until people are all into it and supporting it, okay, then have that scare. Like that's what my request.
Yeah, agree with me.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. Biju Dharmapalan sir to give a moment to our speaker and chair of this session, Shri Maltesh Koudar sir and Shri N. Vinay Kumar sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Shall we take a tea break or shall we continue? One more last session. Tea break need. Okay, just 10 minutes tea break. Quickly we have lunch. We will have tea break and we'll come back. Okay. Last one more session is there. 30 minutes.
ಗದಗಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
Blessing ecotourism for coastal conservation. I request the chair of this session, Shri N. Vinay Kumar sir, to give a brief introduction about Dr. Shekhar Naik sir. Over to you, sir.
I'm very delighted to welcome Dr. Shekhar Naik for this presentation. He is an associate professor and head department of business administration, Mangalore University. His PhD thesis has been on sustainable coastal tourism development, a study with remote sensing and GIS approach. The area of specialization is sustainable tourism, coastal tourism, tourism impact analysis, destination management, tourism geography, applications of remote sensing and GIS in tourism management, event and recreation management. He has published about 20 publications. Again, most of the publications have been on the tourism-related works. Just a few to name is tourism-induced pollution, responsible sustainable tourism practices, study with remote sensing. It would be very interesting to note this. Impact of land use and cover change, land cover change on coastal tourism, community-based tourism approach, beach tourism, geotourism, and also linked with heritage and tourism. He has also written articles and journals related to ecotourism and sustainability. Now, one of the most interesting papers which in your publication is, sir, this one, the social inclusiveness, employment and poverty reduction through tourism development in Karnataka. Over to you, sir. Please share your thoughts.
Thank you, Vinay sir, for that introduction. And at the same time, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Ramesh, CEO of Karnataka Science and Technology Academy, and also Mount Carmel College for inviting me to deliver a talk on sustainable shores. When a case of Karnataka. So I'm a tourism graduate and I've done my research also on sustainable tourism in my native area, that is Udupi and Dakshina Kannada, and conducted various studies to understand the suitability of coastal areas for various recreational purposes. As we all know that the coastal regions are very important and productive regions of the world, and about 20% of region is are coastal regions of the world, and this is a transition zone the coastal regions, the sea meeting the land. And we have a great variety and diversity in the coastal Karnataka region, which spans about 320 kilometers. And in some parts of this 320 kilometers, we are witnessing tourism growth. Some sectors of this 320 kilometers long stretch has seen considerable tourism development, and some places have not yet developed, or they are not into the mass tourism activities. However, the places like Gokarna, Karwar, especially the regions in the Uttara Kannada districts have recorded high growth of tourism developments in the form of resorts, in the form of homestays, in the form of adventure tourism activities and nature weaving. And it is in the recent time we also see this the expansion of this type of tourism to the other two districts, Dakshina Kannada and Udupi districts. And in the last year, as per the statistics available, that last year when Dakshina Kannada and Udupi together hosted a large number of tourists compared to the previous years. So these years the tourism department and the beach festivals, kite festivals and food festivals and other activities in the coastal regions are attracting both local as well as tourists from far off places to the shores, coastal regions. And when this growth of tourism we are witnessing in the region. Second. Okay. So the coastal tourism and what are the activities which usually take place in the coastal region. So it's coastal ecosystems are biodiversity hotspots, but are under threat due to human activities and climate change. And where we find that ecotourism is a possible option available to us to adapt to the changing environment in the region. Ecotourism offers a sustainable approach to conserving this fragile ecosystem while promoting economic opportunities. So there are various opportunities in the coastal region, and the coastal, why we need to understand coastal regions and the coastal resources is to effectively protect them, manage the resources and restoring ecosystem along the coastline. So we have to have the inventory of the detailed inventory of the coastal ecosystem, the resources for various analysis purpose to protect them and to maintain the existing resources for the future generation. And wherever it is affected badly, or they are in the fragile nature environment, or in the bad shape, needs to be restored. So for this reason we need to understand the coastal resources and make a study about it. So these are the components of a coastal ecosystem, which includes beaches. Beaches are the buffer coastal communities which provide the recreation opportunities and the other traditional activities like fishing and the commercial, the ports. We have Mangalore port, and we have port in Karwar and other minor ports which are dotted on this coast. Beaches, and then mangroves. We have a very good wealth of the mangroves in this region, which can store a good amount of carbon, which also act against the storms during the cyclones and other natural disasters which hit the shore. And the coral reefs are also another important component of the coastal ecosystem, which supports about 25% of marine life, and it's also in a way protecting the shorelines of the region. Not only the coastal region, it is the 25%, it is the global percentage around the world that supports marine life and protect the shorelines. And the lagoons with the very high biodiversity, which also help in sustaining the fisheries in the region. And then the coastal forests are also part of the coastal ecosystem, which help in stabilizing the dunes and support terrestrial and marine life. The coastal belt of about 320 kilometers is punctuated by a number of rivers in this regions, like Sita, Swarna, Netravati and Gurupura rivers, and Pavanji river, Chakra river, Gangavalli river, and Aganashini river, and Sharavati rivers. So these are the rivers which also brings a lot of fertilizers to the river mouths and the estuaries and the lagoons, which are very rich with the different forms of flora and fauna. So they are also part of the ecosystem, and they are creating a better environment both for the humans and also the natural habitats. Significance of the coastal regions, some of the ecosystem services are listed here. That the one is that blue carbon storage. The resources like mangroves, seagrasses sequester significant carbon. They have the ability to store good amount of carbon, and they also act as a disaster protection agents. Like the mangroves, they reduce the flood impacts. They protect the wave entering to the terrestrial or the near shores of the regions, and the biodiversity of the region. Like the coral reefs support fisheries, feeding about 500 million people around the world. So the coral reefs are, we too have in the, some of the places like Netrali Island, and a few other parts of coastal Karnataka has coral reefs. They are supporting the fisheries, and they are feeding about 500 million people around the world. And it also has an economic significance, like coastal tourism generates over $1 trillion annually around the world, and they also provide millions of employments to the people, and the seaports facilitate about 90% of the global trade. Most of the international trade is happening through the seaports, and we have two important seaports doing very well and doing good for the economy of the region, providing employment opportunities also, and also promoting trade and commerce. And Mangalore Port is also has a provision of cruise launch, and in the recent in these years we are receiving good number of cruise passengers who come from different parts of the world and take a day trip to some of the coastal regions and the interiors of the region. So in that way we are also benefiting from tourism and also the trade and commerce through these ports. And this region is also culturally significant. Coastal regions, it's also known as Tulunadu. It is known for very rich heritage and culture. You are aware of the cultures of Tulunadu, like Kutakola or Bhutaradhane and Pili Vesha or Pili Nalike in Tulu, tiger dance, and Kambala, and it's also a place for the artisans who good at pottery and other work. They have the great significance in the region, and if you look at the coastal regions of other parts of the world, they have become platform for the early civilizations and have acted as trade routes and the important settlements along the road. And the indigenous communities who have unique traditions, practices, try to see in the regions like Mangalore, Dakshina Kannada, Udupi, and Uttar Kannada. We have great variety of people who celebrate different festivals and who have tribal and native occupations, which these days we see there is a declining of the artisans and the people who belong to these tribals, who do not come to continue the works of their ancestors or their parents. But then we need to harness this, and we need to promote them and by educating them the financial value of their culture and their traditions. So then the heritage sites, historic ports, and the maritime museums preserve cultural heritage and the history, like the lighthouses, the Kapu Lighthouse, one of the historical place. So like this, coastal regions, they provide enormous opportunity for us to leverage. And what are the threats and why we need to go for ecotourism, why we need to harness the ecotourism for protecting coastal protection. So we are witnessing the climate change. There is a sea level rising sea level threatens about 150 million people by 2100 as per the scientific study. It indicates that by 2100, and already some of the islands are already inundated or they are under the water, and some small islands which depend heavily on tourism and fisheries, they are in the danger zone, and some already disappear. So it is due to the anthropogenic activities and also sometimes natural activity phenomena which affect the sea level rise. Then ocean warming and coral bleaching degrade marine biodiversity. So the Netrani is also witnessed some the coral bleaching because of the increased temperature, seawater temperature witnessing, and some of the coral reefs like the Gold Coast on the northeastern coast of Australia, in one of the largest the barrier reef in the world. And some of the other places like the Caribbean, I think in the last session also so I was mentioning about the Caribbean islands. Now it has become a tourist paradise, and we see the great movement of cruise ships, and they are affecting the coral life and the flora and fauna of the region. So that is there, the climate change, which is compelling us to go for ecotourism. And the pollution, about 8 million tons of plastic enter oceans annually, as per the study, and industrial and sewage pollution harm ecosystem. So therefore, we know to see the alternative way of doing tourism. And the human activities, the rapid the urbanization. The coastal regions like Dakshina Kannada, Mangalore, Udupi, Malpe, and Kundapur regions are rapidly growing, and density of population in these regions are increasing, and exploitation of resources also because of the increased population and their demand. So about 430% per square kilometer. That is, I have conducted, as per the Department of Statistics, the population density in Mangalore city is around 430%, and it is nearly 300 to 320 persons per square kilometer in Udupi regions. And we see the growth of industries and the expansion of national highways and ribbon structure development is increasing our demand for various resources. So human activities, urbanization, I have seen there is a drastic change in the mixed urban growth, urban land, in the last 20 years. There is a drastic change in the agricultural land, which is now converted into commercial or semi-urban land, fallow land and agricultural land has declined significantly in this region, and we also see, notice the disappearance of some of the wetlands. So overfishing disrupts marine food chains, sand mining accelerates erosion. For all these reasons, these are the causes or the threats to the ecosystem. So ecotourism and the conservation comes here in order to rescue our own environment, our own neighborhood, and our own beautiful the sites and places. So it is that conserves the environment and benefits local communities. It improves the local livelihood, it offers them employment, it also provides the local market for their agriculture produces so that they can improve their lifestyle. So ecotourism can promote sustainable practices. Ecotourism is actually it's a education on the different natural resources to the localite as well as to the tourists who visit the natural sites. It promotes sustainable tourism practices. It generates revenue for conservation projects, and it raises awareness about biodiversity protection and mitigate impacts of mass tourism. So that is the concept of ecotourism, and which in return will help in conservation of the coastal regions. So the case study of coastal Karnataka, as I mentioned already, about 320 kilometers of the coast, which is sandwiched between the Western Ghats on the eastern side and the Arabian Sea on the western side, and we have numerous biodiversity spots like the Gokarna, the Karwar, Kudremukh National Park, St. Mary's Islands, Nethrani Islands, to name a few. So this, geologically very important places we have, and these places are now have the threats, the habitat destruction, the pollution, climate change, and loss of coral reefs because commercial fishing and more frequent the movement of boats in the name of adventure tourism, in the name of recreation, in the name of fishing and other activities which are going on unsustainably, which are harming the coral reefs, mangrove deforestation. We have Sharavati river belt basin mangroves are there, Kali river basin mangroves are there. Honavar also has good population of mangrove forest, which are at danger today. So some of the eco-tourism initiatives in the regions, it is an effort by different groups, individuals and voluntary associations and the government through its rules and regulations trying to improve the coastal vegetation and coastal resources. Given there the turtle conservation projects. So that is one of the important conservation efforts made by FSL India. Since its inception in 2004 November, they have collected it's actually the place where we have some identified sites in the coastal Karnataka, the Koravadi, Bijadi, Kodi, Maravante and Naunda beaches. These are the sites where the olive ridley turtles they used to come and lay eggs. So they are the nesting sites, and when there the FSL India in coordination with the local agencies and the communities, they are trying to protect the olive ridley turtle population in this region. That is one visible the effort which is happening, and it is they are sensitizing the community through the awareness programs, workshops, to educate both the tourist, host and the guest in the place. So that is happening. And marine diversity education. So it is, some of the travel agents, responsible tourism, travel agents I must say, because many travel agents, they do business, they promote destinations for commercially. So that should not be the order actually. So we need to conserve the local ecosystem and resources. There are few travel agencies and tour operators. They conduct some guided tours at Netrani Island. Netrani is an island which is about 19 kilometers from Murdeshwar. If some of you have visited Murdeshwar, it's only about 19 kilometers. Very beautiful islands. It is also can be considered as one of the biodiversity heritage site here. So they are conducting the guided tours at Netrani Island. More than 27 different species have been identified, and they're still they are discovery. So there they conduct sustainable snorkeling and diving practices, where the tourists are informed about the do's and don'ts when they are at Netrani island. And we also see there is in the recent time the growth of eco-friendly accommodations. People are also more aware about the environment and the ecosystem and the protection, the need for protection of the ecosystem. So they also demand the eco-friendly atmosphere, eco-friendly accommodation. So now there are entrepreneurs who adopted the eco-friendly infrastructure, eco-friendly accommodation in their resorts and hotels in the coastal regions. They are using the use of solar energy, waste recycling is happening, and sustainable lodging supporting local employment. So these are some of the initiatives of ecotourism in coastal Karnataka. And the benefits, that economic benefits, jobs in hospitality sector. Tourism in coastal Karnataka is not, it's considered to be an industry. It's some small economic activities are happening, few transactions are happening in the past. Now we see there is a more increased number of tourists in the region, and creates job opportunities, and the same can be used for the conservation through entry fees, or the tourist part of the tourist spending can be invested for the protection of the coastal conservation. Environmental awareness will be there through the ecotourism and habitat protection. So preserved turtle nesting sites reduce human disturbances, and the conservation of projects support marine diversity. Local communities, fishermen are educated about the importance of the olive ridley turtle, and the local knowledge of the local people should be considered, should be prioritized while formulating coastal tourism policies. There are challenges in practicing ecotourism. So unregulated tourism growth is in the northern stretch of the coastal Karnataka is happening. Gokarna, we have some of the international brand hotels also now. They are exploiting the resources because of the unregulated tourism growth. They are unregulated, conventional. They have not gone for sustainable tourism. So CGI Chart property, one of the mega property in Gokarna, it's a large property spread, which is harming the very local environment. Infrastructure development harming fragile zones, increase in order to cater the increasing demand by the tourists. We see the growth of establishments, various hotels, eating outlets, and resorts in these regions. So that is, harming the fragile ecosystem in the region. And lack of sustainable infrastructure. In the previous slide, I said there are, evidences of, eco-friendly accommodation, but that is not enough. When you see the larger picture of coastal tourism in the region, we see only a few entrepreneurs or the operators who follow the sustainable tourism. But in the larger part of the entrepreneurs or the stakeholders in the region, they are, they do not follow the Coastal Regulation Zone Act or Karnataka biodiversity rules. There are, such rules are there, but it is not followed. So need for waste management in many places. Kasaragod and the Padubidri are the two blue flag, beaches of Karnataka. So the Kasaragod beach I have visited a few months ago, and it has not maintained the same the status when it was declared as a blue flag beach of Karnataka. So there is in the beginning they'll place that the basic infrastructure and other amenities, but over the period there will not be any monitoring and regulatory authority to look after these facilities, and maybe if they do not maintain this standards, minimum standards for blue flag beaches, this Kasaragod may lose its label of blue flag. So there is a need for waste management, sanitation. When I visited there, there is the wet sanitation, the toilets and the other facilities. They are not in a condition to. They are not in a usable condition. Then climate change. It is because of both anthropogenic and natural phenomena. It's rising. Sea level is rising, and more frequently we are witnessing the extreme weather conditions. The western coast is more, as per my knowledge, it is more protected. And compared to eastern, like the Bay of Bengal and east coast of India. So where the east coast of India is frequently hit by the cyclones, and we are in the much safer zone on the west coast. The challenges in ecotourism, that there is a lack of education, there is a lack of training, and lack of efforts by the government. So here are some recommendations for sustainable ecotourism. That is the strengthening of the regulations. We have the regulations, we have acts are there, like enforce visitor limits to some of the fragile ecosystems. After considering or after studying the carrying capacity of the place, every place has got its carrying capacity. It could be the physical carrying capacity or cultural carrying capacity or environmental carrying capacity. We need to understand the carrying capacity of these places and limit the tourist entry to these sites. And eco-friendly construction guidelines need to be followed. Unless and otherwise these the stakeholders follow the eco-friendly guidelines, the permission should not be, the license of doing business should not be issued. And the Indian Biodiversity Act is there, 2002, and then Coastal Regulation Zone Act is there, and which has been amended many times. Coastal Regulation Zone Act is there, and Karnataka Biodiversity Rules of 2005. All these are there, but we have failed to implement and monitor the enforcement of these guidelines, these acts, when it comes to coastal tourism and coastal development. So that is, we need to strengthen these regulation, and then the community involvement. The local communities involvement is lacking in the Karnataka coastal region. only few, the owners of the hotels or the travel agents, they are only, they involved in tourism, promotion and development. The women are, not a active participant in the tourism sectors in the coastal Karnataka. When I compare it with the Kerala, the neighboring state of Kerala, there every women, there are women voluntary associations are there, self-help groups are there, responsible tourism mission they are leading the missions. The women are leading they are in the front line of tourism development. So that is not visible in coast Karnataka. We need to empower locals with training and employment in ecotourism. We need to educate the financial value, cultural value, environmental value of these resources, and bring them to the mainstream in promoting tourism, and be a part of the tourism development, become a part of the decision making, so they can be an integral part, and their voices need to be heard. So community involvement need to be emphasized in the coastal region, and monitoring and research track environmental and economic impacts to refine strategies. We cannot stick to the same old policies and regulations. We need to refine them, we need to adapt, and we need to conduct the surveys to understand the changes. Today we have the very good technology, remote sensing and GS can be used for monitoring or doing the impact analysis. We can conduct the time series analysis of the land use and land cover and detect changes. And this through monitoring and research, we can enhance the existing laws and rules to protect our coastal environment. And there is also need to collaboration between the private and public sectors. We see in the tourism policy there is a provision for public-private partnership, but only few such initiatives are seen when it is joint production or joint venture. I think this collaborations will foster restoration of the lost coral reefs or mangroves or other resources. So collaborate with NGOs, government agencies and business for sustainable tourism initiatives. That is one way. And eco-certification. So make the resorts and hotels and the tour operators and travel agencies, operators to follow sustainable tourism standards and award or give them the incentives, those who advocate the ecotourism, sustainable tourism, and they educate their tourists. When I think the travel agencies and tour operators, now there are online travel agencies are also there. So usually in the conventional form, their travel agencies are the ones who used to interact with the tourists, and they know where these tourists are going and what they do. And if these tourists are educated about the importance of the coastal ecosystem, or wherever it can be a cultural site or whatever the tourism places of interest, they need to be educated about that. And travel agencies, tour operators, hoteliers, and other establishments, make them appreciate their work if they are working towards the sustainable or ecotourism development in the region. And environmental education is very much needed. Promote responsible tourism through signages, frequent or periodic workshops and eco tours. Then the waste management, it is the concern in the region that waste segregation is not done in the coastal regions. Enforce waste segregation, recycling and plastic bans in tourism zones, and then ban harmful activities on the coastal regions. Prohibit sand mining, coral extraction, and unregulated coastal construction. In the coastal regulation zone, which has provisions like category 1, category 2, and category 3. So what can be done in what region or what category of area that is there? If that is followed, there are many instances of violation of coastal regulation zone even in the coastal Karnataka, which is done heavily in the coast of Kerala. But we also see there are like in Murdeshwar and all. We see there are resorts coming up with the seafront, cottages there. So they are almost on the seafront, and such construction, such developments need to be regulated. And what are the role of stakeholders? So government and policymakers, they can play very responsibly, very actively in the coastal tourism resource development while formulating policies like India's coastal regulations. And there are, can be a bit more intensive and aggressive coastal policy can be formulated. Tourism businesses, tourism and the businesses, what the stakeholders can do through their CSR, corporate social responsibility initiatives, can support conservation and the responsible tourism. And the local communities, which I said, they have a very good wealth of knowledge about the local environment, and they should be part of the decision-making process. And if they are involved and their voices are heard and considered in the implementation of tourism policies, they feel pride and belonging to the region, and they will actively participate in the tourism development. So NGOs and conservation groups, there are NGOs like Equations, Bangalore. They had been reporting different coastal tourism impacts through their constant regular publications, which can provide insights to the tourism destination and also the impacts of tourism in these regions. So educational programs which can help habitat restoration efforts, so they can play. So government and policymakers, tourism stakeholders, NGOs and voluntary conservation group, we have Western task forces. They are also very active in the region to protect the Western Ghats. And the most importantly, the local communities will be part of the and technological innovations in coastal conservation should be the priority of the policy makers and also the monitors that use the very scientific monitoring systems like satellite imageries are available today, remote sensing, and NRS, National Remote Sensing Center, from where we get the topo sheets from the Survey of India. Topo sheets, Google images are there, then this satellite images are there, which can be used for monitoring the changes and also preparing the inventory of the various coastal resources, so which can be used for augmentation of the coastal resources, remote sensing and real-time pollution tracking. In many advanced tourist destinations, we see this implementation of the advanced technologies for monitoring tourism activities. I think that is also brought to the shores of Karnataka, and the use of other technologies like AIs and machine learning to predict the climate change impacts and guide restoration projects, so which have yielded better result in advanced countries. So, and today now it is the era of AI and machine learning, blockchain. So this can be used for effective management of the resources and create and develop solar and eco-friendly infrastructure which can harness ecotourism in the region. And the one more slide have key performance indicators measuring to measure the conservation success in the region. So we have to understand what has changed when we have initiatives like turtle, Ridley turtle conservation, or you have guided tour to Nethrani or eco-friendly accommodations. So what has changed? Whether we are able to maintain the environment or we have further degraded the environment or not. We have to have some key performing indicators which reveal or indicate the health of the environment and the condition of the pollution in the region. So national normalized difference vegetation index, which will help us to understand the health of the vegetation, and conducting the vulnerability study, coastal vulnerability, to understand how vulnerable the place is for development or recreation activities, and the suitabilities of various recreational activities in the coastal regions, which areas are suitable, which areas are dangerous, like sea currents. So we need to understand the geology, geomorphology, and the other phenomena which together shape the coastal environment. So we have to establish these indicators to identify the health of the mangrove cover, increase or decrease in the mangrove cover. So that is need to be done. And evaluation methods like environmental impact analysis or assessment. Environmental impact assessment will definitely help us in understanding the impact of tourism development or other development, the pre and the post tourism. So in the initial stage, everyone will welcome the tourists because everything looks fine and beautiful, and later on the local community may not accept the tourists as they did before, because of the irritation of the tourist behavior. Tourists tend to behave differently when they are at the tourist site, because they paid for that and they think it is a commercial commodity for which they paid, and they can use it as according to their wish. So they need to be play responsible and play safe and respect the the environment. And stakeholder feedback can serve as a very important information to for sustainable destination management, and and then the socio-economic studies, local communities in terms of employment generation, in terms of better livelihood or living conditions. So these things, if I think, can give us, can help us to measure the conservation success in the coastal regions. And yeah, I think, this is the last slide, and the last, and with this, I would like to conclude my session in stating that the coastal conservation focuses on preserving and restoring coastal ecosystem, including beaches, wetlands, and reefs, to safeguard biodiversity and mitigate climate change impacts and ensure sustainable coastal communities. Therefore, ecotourism is one of the very alternative available to us, and if through the collaborations, the government sector, private sectors, and the voluntary non-government organizations together, if they come forward and practice eco-friendly tourism activities, which can sustain and maintain our own coastal environment. Okay. So thank you.
It was very impressive presentation. Especially, I request KSTA to consider the recommendations what is given by Dr. Naik for tomorrow's conclusion meeting. That's because it will be the most crucial part of the conference to bring out the recommendations to the government. So if any questions are there, we can have.
Hello, sir. What is the significance of blue flag certification, And do you think it's necessary to spread the awareness of blue flag certification among people? Because most of them are not aware about this certification and its significance.
Yeah, it's very important to educate the local communities and the tourists about the blue flag certification. This certification ensures the minimum condition and infrastructure where the tourists can, they can enjoy the beach atmosphere. And we have, this 320 kilometers of beach, which ideally not suitable for tourism in all the places, segments. These are the places, Padubidri and Kasaragod are the places which have, have fulfilled the requirements of blue flag. And we can also develop certain other beaches, like Panambur is a accreting beach, Panambur and Malpe and the Bengre. These are the three beaches which are accreting beaches. The post breakwaters construction of NMPT, Bengre has witnessed accretion, and other beaches like the Kodi beaches, Ashiflu beach, Ulal beach, Ulal Spit and all. Ulal Spit is restored by the help of the Asian Development Bank, and still, it's a, it's not completely, out of danger. But they are, most of the places are, during monsoon, they, eroding beaches where they are not suitable for tourism, coastal tourism, like the Someshwara beach, Someshwara near Talpadi. Because of the rock outcrops over there, it is not suitable for diving and swimming and all. So Padubidri and Panambur beach, these are gentle and good for recreation. We need to identify these such places, considering after doing the environmental impact analysis, vulnerability and suitability studies. And if we develop infrastructure which are as per the requirement of the blue flag conditions, I think we can provide a better environment for the tourist. They'll have more privacy, they'll have more space for recreation activities, because many beaches, some during festivals, kite festivals or food festivals and coastal festivals, witness huge number of tourists. Okay. So we need to, this blue flag certification will also limit the tourism activities in these regions. I think we need to educate even the local community. They are not aware of what are conditions, what are blue flag beaches. So I feel it is important to educate them for better tourism experiences. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. St. Mary's Islands. No, regulations are there, sir. Regulations are there, but there we see there is a lacking in following the regulations. Yeah, because it's a geological formation. St. Mary's Island is a very beautiful place of Malpe coast. People, the carrying capacity is considered, or the number of tourists are considered. It is not followed. There is limit is not enforced. Or, as many, as they come, they are allowed to go and come. Yeah. Netrani is to some extent it is regulated. It's regulated. Yeah, because it's one of the biodiversity heritage site. Can be considered as a biodiversity heritage site, and we need to protect the coral reef and different species. And it also there are also it's also a place where the dolphins are sighted, so it need to be protected. So need to be regulated, and mass tourism in any place should not be encouraged or should not be allowed. Yeah, that's what they should be. They do the harm actually. Most of the harm is therefore it is for them. It is a profit, not the environment. So we should give least importance to profit. Planet and people are more important than the profit. I think the first two, the pillars, profit, according to the UNWTO also. There are 17 sustainable development goals are there. Okay, we have to adhere to these goals. Yes. Yeah. Numbers, yeah, but then also these days, recent time we see the increase in tourist demand, number of tourists actually to any place, because economically we are also developing. So you have that disposable income, you can go and spend somewhere else. So the restriction has to be enforced to regulate tourism. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Such a wonderful presentation. The keynotes, actually, there were 2 slides. One is recommendations and the roles and responsibilities of the stakeholders in this presentation. Thank you very much, sir, on behalf of KST and on behalf of all the delegates and all the online viewers who are watching this session online. Thank you very much. Now I request Dr. Ramkrishna Marathi, sir, to hand over a memento as a token of respect.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shekhar Naik, sir. Once again, thank you to Dr. Vinay Kumar, sir, also for chairing this session. Thank you one and all. So tomorrow we will be starting at 10:15. I request all of you to assemble at the auditorium at the earliest. Thank you one and all. ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದೀರಲ್ಲ ನಾಳೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ